Chapter 991. All lands under the heavens belong to the king, and all those who lead the land belong to the king. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. So what if it's land? So what if it's the sea? It's still China's territory. How dare you claim the sea as the king of China's sea? You're provoking China. China? The Sea Dragon King smiled sinisterly. Do you know that the so-called China you speak of will be destroyed by my sea beast army after we kill you? That's right. The White Shark King licked her scarlet lips seductively and said, as if she was drooling, I love eating Chinese people the most. At this point, she seemed to be intoxicated. In just 10 short months, tens of thousands of people from China have entered my stomach. That taste is really memorable. You're courting death. Coldness shot through Yi Chen's eyes when he heard that. He was really angry. Even though he knew that these mutants had harmed many humans after becoming spirits, he still did not expect that a single demon king would eat tens of thousands of people. At the next moment, he moved and charged straight at the White Shark King, wanting to kill this vicious woman. Perfect timing. The White Shark King did not panic at all. She stretched out her hand, and a huge clamshell suddenly appeared in her palm. As the clamshell opened, an extremely sharp golden light slashed at Yi Chen with a bang. Zap! Zap! The golden light was like sword chi, making it hard for people to open their eyes. It was like a sword immortal sword that could destroy heaven and earth. Retreat! At that moment, the Killer Whale King and the Sea Dragon King retreated at the same time. They looked at the golden light with fear. This was a treasure that the White Shark King had obtained in the underwater ruins. It was suspected to be left behind by an ancient sword cultivator, and it contained an extreme Gungjin Chi. This Gungjin Chi had once killed a demon king that was not much weaker than them, and the White Shark King had also ascended to the throne of one of the 3 overlords of the sea because of this. Yi Chen was also alarmed. He recognized that it was a Gungjin Chi at a glance, known as one of the sharpest attacks of a sword cultivator. However, he still did not dodge. He brazenly faced the Gungjin Chi and roared, Break! Clang! The golden heptid Chi accurately bombarded his body, immediately splashing bright and dazzling sparks. On the other hand, Yi Chen merely paused for a moment. Subsequently, his momentum did not decrease at all. Killing intent filled heaven and earth completely. How is this possible? These words came out of the White Shark King's mouth almost at the same time. The White Shark King was the most shocked. Initially, she thought that her winning treasure would be able to kill Yi Chen if she caught him off guard. Never did she expect that it would not harm him at all. Die! Yi Chen's fist intent was invincible as he swung both of his fists. His movements were bold and unstoppable. The White Shark King's expression changed slightly. She activated the clamshell in her hand without saying a word. The clamshell suddenly expanded and descended from the sky to suppress Yi Chen. Break! Yi Chen was fearless. He swung his fists and unleashed a shocking amount of divine power. It looked like he was possessed by an ancient god of war. His divine power was monstrous. Boom! One punch. It was just one punch, but it shattered the huge clamshell domineeringly. The force of the punch did not diminish, and it directly landed on the White Shark King's body. Ah! The White Shark King screamed as one of her arms flew out along with blood. Her face kept changing as if she wanted to reveal her true form. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was faster than her. He threw another punch and pierced through her body directly, bringing with it countless blood. His thick black hair fluttered in the wind like a god. He soared into the sky like he was going to blast down the stars in the sky. Ah! The White Shark King's body was torn into pieces by the punch and flew in all directions like a cannonball. A thick mist of blood rose into the air. The Killer Whale King and the others were stunned when they saw that. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The people who had been paying attention to the battle were shocked. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. The White Shark King, one of the 3 overlords of the sea, was blown up by Yi Chen's punch. His combat strength was terrifying. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Good kill, good kill. He's too ferocious. I like such a man. If the heavens didn't give birth to me, Mad Southerny, the ages of China would be like a long night. Many people shouted as well. They felt their blood boiling and their hearts surging. It was as if they could transform into Yi Chen. Yi Chen shifted his gaze and took big strides. He charged at the Killer Whale King and the rest with a majestic gait. "It's your turn!" The Killer Whale King and the Sea Dragon King looked at each other and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. Although the White Shark King's strength was similar to theirs, she was still killed by Yi Chen. It was obvious that Yi Chen's combat strength was beyond their imagination. Attack together. In the next moment, the 2 overlords of the sea stopped hesitating. They attacked Yi Chen together and unleashed their full strength. Mad Southerny, how dare you kill your way into our sea? You're overestimating yourself. Today will be the day you die. A scarlet flowing gold hoe suddenly appeared in the Sea Dragon King's hand. It emitted a terrifying aura as if it had transformed into a black dragon. Kill! The Sea Dragon King stabbed at Yi Chen. The surrounding space shattered. One could see how terrifying the power contained in the hoe was. Boom! Yi Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. He extended his slender fingers that were like crystal jade. They shone brightly, and he actually grabbed the scarlet, flowing gold hoe with 2 fingers. Whoosh! Countless people were in an uproar. Even a quasi-saint would be shocked by such a powerful attack. However, it was caught by 2 fingers. The Sea Dragon King was also shocked. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Chen to resolve his full-powered attack so easily. Rumble! The Killer Whale King was like a primordial demon as he charged over with a murderous aura. The coldness in his eyes was about to liquefy. His hands suddenly turned into 2 black sabers at that moment. They were filled with murderous aura and slashed at Yi Chen directly. Clang! Yi Chen used his other hand to block the attack. A series of sparks were produced immediately. The dispersing saber gleam cut the surrounding sea into countless pieces. What a powerful body! At that moment, even the extremely confident Killer Whale King could not help but have a drastic change in expression. The strength of Yi Chen's body had exceeded his understanding. Bang! Yi Chen exerted force with his fingers, and the scarlet flowing gold hoe broke instantly. Then it shattered into countless pieces that sparkled. All of this happened in a split second. By the time the Sea Dragon King reacted, he realized that his favorite weapon had been destroyed. Before he could react, Yi Chen's body was like lightning as he charged forward as fast as lightning. He traveled 3,000 meters with a single step. The Sea Dragon King covered his chest with his hands subconsciously as if he wanted to neutralize Yi Chen's attack. Pooh! However, Yi Chen stabbed one of his hands into his chest and broke it open. All sorts of blood and organs started flowing out of the mountain. Chapter 992. Roar! The Sea Dragon King roared in pain. Madness surged in his eyes, and his head suddenly turned into a bloody mouth that looked like a crocodile's. Then it swallowed Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was faster and more domineering. With a move of the true martial thousand lightning sword heart, it turned into a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky. It pierced through the top of his head cruelly and shattered his primordial spirit. The Sea Dragon King, one of the 3 overlords of the sea, was dead. After a long time, everyone finally reacted from their daze. They were all trembling from the bloody and shocking scene before them. That was an overlord of the sea with combat strength above demon kings. In order to deal with him, the various countries had mobilized tens of thousands of troops and nuclear bombs, but they could not destroy him. However, Yi Chen had killed him now. The Killer Whale King, who had witnessed the scene with his own eyes, panicked completely. He immediately transformed into a gigantic killer whale, and his body shook with all his might as if he wanted to dive into the sea to escape. Killer Whale King, I came here to kill you guys. Where do you think you're going? Yi Chin said coldly. Subsequently, he crossed the sky with a boom and crossed 3,000 meters. At the next moment, he blocked the Killer Whale King's path. Mad Southern Yi, I don't care about sky-roaming Dragon King anymore. Don't push your luck. The Killer Whale King was furious. He turned around immediately, still unwilling to fight Yi Chin. He only wanted to escape into his lair. There was a formation that he had set up there. Even Yi Chin could not break through it. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Yi Chen's determination to kill him as well as Yi Chen's true combat strength. Rumble! Yi Chin was extremely domineering. He slapped with his palm, causing the ocean within a radius of 3,000 meters to collapse. Eventually, a huge whirlpool appeared. Madness flashed through the Killer Whale King's eyes when he saw that Yi Chin was unwilling to let him go. Subsequently, he controlled his gigantic body to charge at Yi Chin. Bang, 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 Yi Chin waved his fists. His movements seemed slow, but every fist shadow had the power to shatter the world. Gotcha! Countless cracks appeared in the void, emitting terrifying cracking sounds, as if it was about to collapse. When this punch landed, it actually shone with golden light, and it was even more resplendent and dazzling than the sun, causing others to not dare to look directly at it. Boom! This punch caused the Killer Whale King to vomit blood repeatedly. A hole the size of a dustpan sunk into his body, and half of his body exploded. Bang! The Killer Whale King's body was heavily sent flying, forcibly creating waves on the surface of the sea, as if a shocking tsunami had occurred. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Killer Whale King was no match for Yi Chin. Yi Chin was like a crazy demon. He took a step forward, and terrifying punches landed on the Killer Whale King. World-devouring whale! The Tiger Whale King resolutely ignited its life force, and its body doubled in size as it suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Hoo! A terrifying suction force was suddenly emitted from his bloody mouth. It was as if he was a black hole that wanted to devour an entire world. Yi Chin let out a long roar. Subsequently, it triggered an extremely powerful force. It was as if the entire sea was roaring and countless waves rose and fell. However, it was still unable to resist the terrifying suction force. Then, it was forcefully swallowed by the Killer Whale King. Heavenly King Yi. Seeing this scene, Old Wang and the rest who had been paying attention to the battle could not help but roar sorrowfully. They almost fainted. Mad Southern Yi. Countless people cried on the internet. At the next moment, the Killer Whale King let out a blood-curdling scream, and its huge stomach began to tremble violently. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a series of fist marks. It hurts! It hurts! The Killer Whale King's huge body rolled crazily on the surface of the sea. Every time it rolled, it would cause waves. Come out, Mad Southern Yi, come out! He did not expect Yi Chin to cause such a huge commotion after he swallowed him. As you wish. As a faint voice sounded, under everyone's gaze, a faint bolt of lightning soared into the sky from the Killer Whale King's stomach. A faint bolt of lightning shot into the sky from the Killer Whale King's stomach. Then it suddenly exploded, and a golden figure leaped out. The figure was spotless, and it was still as elegant as ever. It's Heavenly King Yi. Mad Southern Yi isn't dead. He's not dead. At that moment, the people who were originally in despair could not help but be overjoyed. They could not believe their eyes. When everyone shifted their gazes to the Killer Whale King again, they saw him lying quietly on the surface of the sea, motionless. Only his rapid breathing proved that he was still alive. There was a huge hole in his chest, and blood was spurting out crazily. The surrounding seawater was dyed red. Yi Chin had destroyed his internal organs from the inside out. Even his heart had been shattered. His body no longer had any vitality. At that moment, he decisively abandoned his body. Divine radiance shot into the sky from the top of his head, and his soul immediately escaped. Right at that moment, a figure quickly rushed over, grabbed his soul, and swallowed it violently. No, the killer whale king's soul let out its final unwillingness. Burp, the patriarch of hell who had rushed over, burped and said with a smile, "Not bad, but the taste is a little strong." He had obtained the spirit-devouring method from Yi Chen earlier. The soul and beast core of such a demonic beast were undoubtedly great nourishment for him. "You came at the right time." Yi Chen smiled in annoyance. It was only then that he noticed Yi Wushuang and Luo Tinya leaping over. There are two more here." The patriarch of hell licked his lips. Only then did he notice the black dragon and the white shark king who was dragging his injuries and trying to escape. Meeting his gaze, the black dragon and the white shark king trembled violently before collapsing on the surface of the sea. "Spare me, immortal Yi, spare me! Are you guys going to surrender?" Yi Chen's eyes were cold. Surrender, we're willing to surrender. The black dragon and the white shark king hurriedly kowtowed. Following the death of the killer whale king and the sea dragon king, the two of them were truly scared out of their wits. They no longer dared to resist. Yi Chen said coldly, "Release your minds and accept my purification. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot and destroy your souls." Then the 8-divisional pagoda soared into the sky and turned into a golden pagoda that shone with Buddhist light. 8 Buddhas in Kasaya appeared in the air. The black dragon's expression changed immediately. He was extremely familiar with this pagoda because dozens of demon kings, including his son, Qinglin, had been purified by this pagoda. However, he shuddered when he met Yi Chen's gaze. In the end, he did not dare to resist and allowed Yi Chen to purify him. A few seconds later, the hostility on the black dragon and the white shark king's faces was gone. Instead, it was replaced by incomparable calmness, as if they had comprehended something. "Fellow Yi, we've finally broken through our obsession." Chapter 993, November 5th, 2019 AD. Mad Southern Yi suppressed a group of demons at the Water Dragon Palace in the Yangtze River. He traveled thousands of miles and chased them all the way to the Chinese Sea. He killed 2 overlords of the sea consecutively, and then he flattened the sea with a sword. When the news spread, the world was shaken. Whether it was all over the world or every corner of the internet, after hearing the news, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. The impact was earth-shattering. "Oh my God, I thought it was already amazing that Mad Southern Yi could defeat the black dragon from the Water Dragon Palace. Someone looked like he had seen a ghost. I didn't expect him to dare to kill his way into the Chinese Sea and kill 2 supreme overlords. Terrifying, it's simply terrifying." Another person said while trembling, "Not only did Mad Southern Yi sweep through China with his own strength, he even suppressed the demons. The rise of China is unstoppable." Ha ha ha! When the black dragon asked Mad Southern Yi to go to the Water Dragon Palace to apologize, who was the one who mocked him online, "Come out and get beaten up." How brave! Not only did he completely scare the demons, but I'm afraid even the Western countries will be terrified. The entire China was in an uproar. At this moment, another piece of shocking news came out from the Chinese government. Victory! Victory! Under Mad Southern Yi's plan, our million-strong army crossed thousands of kilometers and attacked the beast's hinterland. After more than 10 hours of intense battle, only 1 or 2 of the million beasts were left. The human race won. Whoosh! The country was completely shaken. Impressive, Mad Southern Yi. In ancient times, the human emperor led the human race to escape from the demon stomachs and built a world for the human race to survive. Today, Mad Southern Yi's actions are also the revival of the human emperor. That's right, Mad Southern Yi has done great merit to the billions of people in China. He's worthy of the title of human emperor. Greetings, human emperor. Whether it was the cultivation world, the mutant world, the business world, or the Chinese community, they were all extremely excited by this exciting news. Ever since the spiritual energy recovery, the beast horde in China had been too serious. Countless people had lost their families because of the beasts, and they were homeless. Now, Yi Chen's series of methods had completely eliminated a great threat to the human clan. How could he not be revered by the people? From now on, when people mentioned Yi Chen, they would no longer call him Mad Southern Yi. Instead, they would call him emperor with great respect. Apart from China, almost the entire world was talking about Yi Chen. There were even some friendly countries' upper echelons that made public statements requesting Yi Chen to go to their countries to help them suppress the monster horde. Of course, there were also forces that disdained this. For example, the Vajra branch, which was established after the Japanese's spiritual chi awakening, sneered, "He merely killed a few little demons." What's so great about that? Any daimyo from Japan can do it. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused 1,000 ripples on the Chinese forum, and countless people began to criticize. Don't flatter yourself, okay? Who was the one who charged into Japan and killed almost all of your experts? How long has it been? Have you forgotten? Looks like human emperor, he hasn't killed them yet. In reality, you guys swallow your anger and don't dare to insult others. On the internet, you guys attack with your fists and insult the netizens. You're in high spirits. If the heavens didn't give birth to you Japanese dogs, it would be like a long night. Come. At the same time, a beast king from the west said in disdain, "Mad Southern, ye only dares to cause trouble in China. If you have the ability, come to the west and suppress me. My name is Ben Erkson." Many people in the west gasped when they heard the name Ben Erkson. Their scalps went numb. That was a peerless demon king, an existence that even the red-robed archbishops of the church could not destroy. "My name is Hema. My master is at the foot of Mount Olympus. I'm bathed in God's grace. If Mad Southern Yi dares to come to the west, I'll suppress him in minutes." At the foot of Mount Olympus, a beast king also threatened. Mount Olympus. It was these 5 short words that made many people in the West who wanted to speak up for Yi Chen fall silent. It was a place where the gods had awakened. Demon kings were their slaves, and humans were their livestock. Faced with the provocation of these demon kings, the people of China were filled with rage. They could not wait to charge into the West with their swords. Someone sneered, "Just you wait. One day, I, Mad Southern Yi, will kill my way into the West. I'll slaughter all of you and destroy your high and mighty gods." Just as the outside world was in an uproar in the purple cloud grotto deep in the mountains, Lei Wanjun, who was dressed in a purple Taoist robe, looked at a young man below with an extremely grim expression. "Are you sure Mad Southern Yi is in the Water Dragon Palace?" And he didn't go back to recover immediately. The young man was dressed in a suit, but at that moment he said in a flattering manner, "Immortal Lei, I can guarantee with my life that I saw Mad Southern Yi go to the Water Dragon Palace after returning from the sea." If Yi Chan was there, he would have realized that the young man was Gu Shaokuan, the 3rd generation of the Gu family in Tiannan. At the same time, he was Old Master Gu's grandson. Lei Wanjuan's eyes flickered as he looked at him with a scrutinizing expression. "If I remember correctly, your family has a close relationship with Mad Southern Yi, right? Why did you betray him?" Gu Shaokuan's heart skipped a beat as he said hurriedly, "Because I hate the Star Group. If it weren't for the Star Group, I wouldn't have been chased out of the Gu family by my grandfather and become a stray dog." Half a year ago, after the spiritual energy recovery, a beast horde broke out in Tiannan. At that time, Yan Nanfei and the other generals of the army went into battle. Old Master Gu of the Gu family, who was once a war hero, would not sit back and watch Tiannan fall. He also wanted to train his descendants, so he ordered Gu Shaokuan and Gu Yingying to lead their troops to the front line. In the end, Gu Shaokuan was defeated because he underestimated the enemy at the front line. 30,000 soldiers were reduced to heroic souls, and Gushaokuin was captured alive by the beasts. In order to survive, he had no choice but to rely on the beasts and spread false news as a spy. In the end, the Tianan army suffered a crushing defeat and suffered 100,000 casualties. After the investigation, Star Group considered their relationship with the Gu family and handed Gushaokuin over to Old Master Gu to deal with. Old Master Gu aged dozens of years overnight. In the end, he broke Gushaokuin's legs and chased him out of the Gu family, leaving him to fend for himself. Meanwhile, Star Group and the Gu family gradually became estranged. Although they were not enemies, there was still a thorn in their side. You can go back first. After Lei Wanjun sent Gushaokuin away, his eyes flickered nonstop as killing intent surged. Ever since the last time, my purple cloud grotto heaven has offended mad Southern Yi. It's almost impossible to repair our relationship. Now he's like the sun in the sky, and his reputation is unparalleled. He's completely ruined the plan of the 10 grotto heavens. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips as he thought to this point. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the other 9 grotto heavens. P.S. Chapter 4 has been updated today. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. The plot of the Earth chapter won't be too long. Be patient, everyone. Chapter 994. Water Dragon Palace of the Yangtze River. Boom! The Black Flood Dragon took the initiative to remove the weak water formation of the Water Dragon Palace, causing the surface of the river to suddenly split open like a city wall, revealing a passageway that could allow people to pass through. The group of people stepped in. What came into view was an extremely vast underground world that seemed to be no different from the human world above ground. The only difference was that the Water Dragon Palace was even more magnificent, with corals and ancient buildings. From afar, it looked like a paradise on Earth. However, many of these facilities were damaged due to Yi Qin setting fire and summoning lightning earlier. This is the Water Dragon Palace? Oh my god, it's just like a real underground city. There are flowers, trees, and buildings. Yeah, I thought it was all water down there. What a dense spiritual energy. If we cultivate here, we'll definitely be able to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Many people who were following behind Yi Qin were discussing. They were excited. Clearly, it was their first time witnessing such a scene. Master, my Water Dragon Palace is 100 miles wide and can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Black Flood Dragon introduced as he walked. It can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people? Hearing this, everyone was shocked because this was already the size of a small county. Yi Qin secretly shook his head. Compared to the Kunlun ruins, the Water Dragon Palace was too inferior. From this, it could be seen that if he had not suppressed the Kunlun ruins before the spiritual energy recovery, he would have had to spend a lot of effort afterward. Where is the dragon transformation pool you spoke of? Yi Qin said. On the way back, the Black Flood Dragon had told him that there was a dragon transformation pool in the Water Dragon Palace. It was the place where the mighty figures of the Black Flood Dragon clan had died. It contained a terrifying dragon origin. Master, please follow me. Now that he had purified the Black Dragon, he naturally would not reject this request. He led Yi Qin to the dragon transformation pool immediately. After the time taken to brew a cup of tea, the Black Dragon led Yi Qin to a mountain peak. There was a huge basin at the foot of the mountain, and there was a quiet pool in the middle of the basin. The pool was approximately 100 feet wide. There were no ripples on it at all, as if it was an extremely calm mirror. The liquid inside was viscous and pitch black, and it faintly contained an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The flowers, grass, and trees around the pond were all in the shape of dragons. There were pitch black scales on the trees, as if they were dragon scales. Master, this is the dragon transformation pool of my Black Flood Dragon clan. The Black Flood Dragon pointed into the distance with an extremely pious expression. That was because many experts of the Black Flood Dragon race had passed away in meditation. Yi Qin said, "You can leave now." Only after the black serpent dragon left did he approach the dragon transformation pool. He extended his hand and forcefully broke the defensive formation around the pool. In an instant, waves of berserk energy swept out in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy everything. There was also the faint roar of a dragon. "Come out, little guy." Yi Qin was unmoved. Then he smiled calmly. "Roar!" As his voice fell, a huge black snake that was as thick as a bowl flew out from his sleeve. It kept circling around him as if it was happy. Who else could it be but Little Black? After Yi Chen hatched it in Miaojiang, he had let it accompany his daughter. Therefore, this little guy's growth was the slowest. As Yi Chen became stronger, his enemies would definitely become stronger as well. Little Black's strength could no longer keep up with Yang Tian and the rest. Therefore, Yi Chen planned to use the Black Flood Dragon Clan's Dragon Transformation Pool to help Little Black. It was equivalent to adding a powerful helper for his daughter. Little Black's gaze was fixed on the Dragon Transformation Pool in the distance. It stuck out its tongue, its eyes filled with desire and fear. Although its intelligence was not very high, it could still sense that the energy in the Dragon Transformation Pool was extremely tempting to it. However, it also sensed danger and dared not approach. Yi Chen only said after witnessing that, "Little girl, you're a demonic snake's egg. I hatched you, and your bloodline is mediocre. Although this girl, Meng Meng, has been secretly feeding you medicinal pills ever since you started following her, it's still difficult for you to achieve much. I, Yi Chen, don't want trash by my side. I don't want a burden. If you want to continue following me, you must become more powerful." He stood with his hands behind his back and said in an extremely calm voice, "The Dragon Transformation Pool before you is your only opportunity. If you want to continue following me, then jump into the Dragon Transformation Pool and seek a breakthrough in your bloodline. Otherwise, our fate ends here." As soon as that was said, a gleam flashed through the depths of Little Black's eyes. Clearly, it understood what Yi Chen said. It stared at Yi Chen for a few seconds and growled softly. "Go. If you can hold on, you'll definitely be reborn. If you can't, your soul will be destroyed," Yi Chen said, slowly. After growling a few times, Little Black moved its body resolutely and charged toward the Dragon Transformation Pool with incomparable determination. With every step it took, its body would suffer a great energy impact. Countless wounds would appear on its body, and blood would splatter everywhere. However, it still did not turn back. Yi Chen watched everything quietly. Although he had the ability to reduce Little Black's pain, he still did not do anything. It was like a silkworm turning into a butterfly. Only by relying on one's own determination to be reborn could one soar to the sky. Hiss, hiss, hiss! In the end, Little Black leaped into the Dragon Transformation Pool with astonishing willpower. Following that, the entire Dragon Transformation Pool boiled like quicklime falling into a basin of water. Roar, roar, roar. Little Black kept rolling in the Dragon Transformation Pool, roaring in pain. Its body was completely corroded by the hot, sticky black liquid. In the end, it could no longer make a sound because there was only a snake skeleton left in the Dragon Transformation Pool. The snake skeleton was motionless. If Yi Chen had not sensed a tenacious life force from the snake skeleton, he would have thought that Little Black had completely failed. "It's up to you now." Yi Chen retracted his gaze and returned to the Water Dragon Palace's main hall in a flash. He looked around the entire Water Dragon Palace. He also looked at the secret vault of the Water Dragon Palace. Something big happened. Li Ying walked over quickly and took a deep breath in. Just now, a fog suddenly appeared in Fengdu. Everything within a radius of 5 kilometers was enveloped by the fog. "Fengdu?" Yi Chen's eyes focused. "That's right," Li Ying said. Fengdu was originally a tourist attraction. In the end, the higher-ups received a call from the police saying that a passenger had gone missing inside. They immediately sent people to investigate and saw that Fengdu was covered in fog. At this point, fear flashed through her eyes. This fog is very strange. As long as a living person touches it, their body will disappear instantly, leaving behind only a skeleton. Fellow Yi, looks like there's a secret in Fengdu. Even the patriarch of hell was alarmed. Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times. He lifted his head to look at the black dragon next to him. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from afar. Chapter 995. It's in the direction of the dragon transformation pool. The black dragon looked over, and his expression changed instantly. Everyone looked up and saw a black shadow that was almost 30 meters tall suddenly soar into the sky above the dragon transformation pool. The black shadow seemed to be a WYRM, and an extremely ferocious and powerful aura surged out from the black shadow at this moment. The patriarch of hell narrowed his eyes. He immediately recognized it with his extraordinary knowledge. This is the sign of becoming a WYRM. I did it. Joy flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Subsequently, he moved and appeared near the dragon transformation pool in a few breaths of time. Now, everyone could see it clearly. The black shadow was really a WYRM. Its entire body was as black as ink, and it was almost 30 meters long. It was covered in dense scales that reflected a metallic luster. The WYRM emitted an extremely violent and ferocious aura. Its furious roar carried a faint pressure, causing some of the powerhouses present to reveal fearful expressions. The black dragon looked at the empty dragon transformation pool and felt extremely pained. Did it absorb all the resources in the dragon transformation pool of my black WYRM clan? Fellow Yi, its second brother, right? Sensing the familiar aura coming from the WYRM, the patriarch of hell immediately came to a realization. He could not help but rub his chin and say, "Second brother is amazing too. He can actually withstand the impact of the WYRM bloodline with a mere demonic snake body." This terrifying might lasted for almost an hour before it gradually dissipated, and the WYRM in the sky became more and more solid. Plop! The black WYRM plunged into the dragon transformation pool. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone then heard an extremely heavy and clumsy footstep coming from the dragon transformation pool. The sound was like a baby learning to walk. Then, under everyone's gaze, a figure slowly leaped out of the dragon transformation pool. It was a young man around 15 or 16 years old. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had an extremely muscular body, and his dark skin was filled with wild strength. Ah, Li Ying and the other women cried out and were the first to cover their eyes with their hands. A blush climbed from their cheeks to their ears. That was because the young man was not wearing any clothes. There was not a single strand of hair on his body. His facial features looked a little dull and honest. Is that second brother? Patriarch Yellow Spring's jaw dropped to the ground. Even though he knew that Little Black could transform into a human after transforming into a flood dragon, he still didn't expect Little Black to look like this. Hearing the words, second brother, the young man, who was initially at a loss, was stunned at first. Then he suddenly looked at Yi Chen, the patriarch, and the rest. There was excitement in his eyes. Dong, dong, dong! He controlled his uncoordinated body and walked to Yi Chen quickly. Eventually, he knelt hard before Yi Chen. Master, a young and shaky voice came out of his mouth, as if he was inarticulate. Very good. Congratulations on being reborn. A hint of relief flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Since you can transform into a human, I'll grant you life today. Yi Yao. After transforming into a flood dragon, Little Black was equivalent to a gold core stage cultivator. His combat power was comparable to a supreme giant. If he relied on the power of his physical body, he was enough to fight a general demon king. Thank you, Master. Little Black scratched its head. It seemed that its reflex arc was a little slow, and it only reacted after a long while. As expected of that silly second brother, The Patriarch of Hell said in disdain. Old Ancestor Yellow, Spring, said disdainfully. Then he walked over, put his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder and chuckled. Second brother, I'll take you to find something exciting later. Little Black, subconsciously, took a few steps back and looked at the former in fear. He would never forget how the Patriarch tricked him into licking the socket of the electric board. All right, put on your clothes. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and took out a set of spare clothes from his storage ring for Little Black to put on. Let's go take a look at this so-called Fengdu. Yi Chen smiled and turned around to lead everyone out of the Water Dragon Palace. 800 kilometers away from the Water Dragon Palace, there was a plum forest. As far as the eye could see, all the plum blossoms within 5 kilometers were in full bloom. It was like a world of ice and snow. However, what was strange was that when people walked past these plum trees, the wind they stirred up could not move the plum blossoms at all. The Patriarch of Hell stopped in his tracks and reached out to pluck a plum blossom. He placed it in front of his nose and sniffed it. His eyes narrowed. Fellow Yi, something's wrong. Ha! Yi Chen suddenly laughed. He looked around calmly and enunciated word by word. Come out. Didn't you set up this illusion to kill me? Following his words, Li Ying and the rest's expressions changed. The expressions of Li Ying and the others changed as they looked around cautiously. As expected of mad Southern Yi. Following an extremely unexpected voice that shook the air, an old man in a green Taoist robe slowly walked out. The old man's face was extremely old. Even though he did not reveal a single trace of his aura, the faint pressure between his brows caused everyone's hearts to tremble. A powerhouse who lived in seclusion. Li Ying and the rest were extremely shocked. Little Black took a step forward and stood in front of Yi Chen to protect him. He looked at the old man who was walking over slowly, cautiously. The old man stopped and said to Yi Chen from afar, Mount Wangguo, Qing Shuzi greets mad Southern Yi. Mount Wangguo? Li Ying's pretty face changed when she heard that. You're from Mount Wangguo, one of the 10 blessed grotto heavens. Why, are you the only one who dares to show yourself? Yi Chen chuckled softly as if he was disdainful. Could it be that the rest are all scoundrels hiding in the dark? As soon as he said that, 5 figures appeared in the air one after another. There were 4 old Taoists and an old woman. Mount Zixia, Kongmingzi greets mad Southern Yi. Mount Xiqing, Psongjinzi greets mad Southern Yi. Mount Luofu, Xishuanzi greets mad Southern Yi. Mount Qingqing, Yunyangzi greets mad Southern Yi. Mount Weiyu, Fairy Meng greets mad Southern Yi. As the 6 of them introduced themselves one after another, Li Ying's heart was also filled with extreme shock. 6 of the 10 blessed grotto heavens had come. Although she could not see through their cultivation base, she was sure that the 6 of them were at the level of the sky-roaming Dragon King. Mount Zixia, Kongmingzi smiled faintly. Mad Southern Yi is indeed perceptive. You can tell that we're here for you at a glance. Even though his words were extremely calm, everyone could still feel the bone-chilling coldness in them. Li Ying bit the bullet and stepped forward. Seniors, is there some misunderstanding between you and the palace master? Misunderstanding? Mount Wangguo, Qing Shuzi, swept his horsetail whisk and said expressionlessly, Perhaps, but there's no point in talking about this now. He took a good look at Yi Chen as he said to this point, Mad Southern Yi, the reason why the 6 of us are here today isn't to fight you to the death. We just need you to follow us back and meditate for 100 years. Yi Chen grinned. Are you guys trying to imprison me? P.S. I caught a cold, had a headache, and started sweating. Therefore, I can only update 2 chapters today. I apologize to everyone. Chapter 996. You want to imprison me? Yi Chen placed his hands behind his back as he faced the experts from the 6 grotto heavens. His expression had never changed since the beginning. It's so easy to deal with smart people. Fairy Meng of Weiyu Mountain said coldly, "Mad Southerny, the 10 grotto heavens originally wanted to attack when the human race was forced into a corner by the beasts. We wanted to collect the people's hearts and wish power one by one. Unfortunately, my abilities are beyond your imagination. I've ruined your plans," Yi Qin said coldly as he flicked his fingers. "That's right." Kong Mingzi of Xixia Mountain's expression was rather terrible. "Your strength has exceeded our imagination. Logically speaking, this is a good thing for the human race." At this point, coldness surged in his eyes. "However, you shouldn't have been so arrogant and offended my Xixia grotto heaven. We've investigated your past and know that you're a vengeful and decisive person." Mount Luofu, Xishuanzi took a step forward and said, "Therefore, in order to protect ourselves, we can only attack first." The expressions of Li Ying and the rest changed drastically. However, Yi Qin shook his head. Qingqing Mountain's Qing Yangzi could not help but smile. "Why? Are you willing to go back with us?" "I didn't want to become enemies with the 10 grotto heavens, but unfortunately, what you did today made me change my mind." Yi Qin suddenly lifted his head and revealed a bright smile. "Not only will you guys die today, but I'll also destroy the 10 grotto heavens behind you." As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature between heaven and earth suddenly dropped, and the expressions of the 6 grotto heavens, powerhouses, turned extremely grim. 6 streaks of extreme killing intent soared into the sky. "Mad Southern Yi, you're too arrogant. Since you don't know your limits, then die here today." Fairy Meng of Weiyu Mountain's expression turned cold. She took a step forward, and ripples appeared in the air. At the next moment, 6 figures charged at Yi Qin at the same time. "Back off!" Yi Qin swept his sleeve, and Li Ying and the rest who were weak were sent flying. Only the patriarch of Hell, Yi Wushuang, and the rest were left. However, at this moment, a thunderous voice suddenly exploded in the void. "Who dares to hurt the 9th Peak's Peak Master?" This furious voice contained a sword intent that blotted out the heavens and the earth, and it seemed as if it wanted to shatter this part of the world. Yun Yangzi and the others of Mount Luofu immediately stopped in their tracks and looked in the direction of the voice with extremely ugly expressions. Under everyone's gaze, a beam of sword light pierced through the air and turned into a green figure. It was Elder Qingxian of the Kunlun Ruins, 9th Peak. Fairy Meng and company narrowed their eyes slightly as they carefully observed Elder Qingxian. There was a hint of fear on their faces. Sage-to-be, the newcomer, was a quasi-saint sword cultivator. Elder Qingxian landed next to Yi Qin and knelt on one knee. The deputy peak master of the 9th Peak, Qingxian, greets the peak master. As soon as these words came out, the entire place went silent. "Peak Master," the eyelids of the people from the 6 blessed and heavenly lands twitched. Qingqing Mountain's Yunyangzi took a deep breath in and said, "Sir, today is a grudge between the 10 grotto heavens and Mad Southern Yi. I hope you won't interfere." The 10 grotto heavens? Elder Qingxian slowly stood up and raised his eyes to size up the 6 of them. A wisp of killing intent flashed across his face. "Then your 10 grotto heavens will definitely be destroyed today." Be *starred. Xixia Mountain's Kongming Z sneered, "Sir, you're only a quasi-saint. Do you think you can change the situation by yourself?" "Is that so? What if I'm included?" At this moment, another indifferent voice rang out. Another sword gleam flashed over. It was the Heaven Sword Old Man who guarded the 9th Peak. The Heaven Sword Old Man knelt before Yi Qin respectfully. "9th Peak's Heaven Sword greets the Peak Master." Another quasi-saint. The expressions of Xixia Mountain's Kongming Zi and the other 5 finally changed. Even so, they were not too worried. In their opinion, even if they could not do what they wanted today, they could still escape unscathed. However, it turned out that they were overthinking. Soon after, a figure with an incomparably powerful aura shot over. Under his feet, there was a huge bat that was over 60 meters in size. Its wings were flapping in the air. Several figures descended from the huge bat. In the next moment, everyone witnessed a scene that shocked them to their core. The leader bowed to Yi Qin solemnly. His voice shook the sky. The sect master of the Kunlun Ruins witchcraft sect, Wu Tianhou, greets the master of Kunlun. The sect master of the Kunlun Ruins corpse sect greets the master of Kunlun. The patriarch of the Luo family of the 7 ancient clans greets the master of Kunlun. The patriarch of the Tang family of the 7 ancient clans greets the master of Kunlun. The patriarch of the Ying family of the 7 ancient clans greets the master of Kunlun. The deathly silent atmosphere seemed to have frozen as everyone looked at the scene in front of them with faces filled with shock. There were a total of 9 figures descending from the huge bat. Every single one of them was a quasi-saint. Shocking, absolutely shocking. The corners of the patriarch of Hell's lips twitched. Meanwhile, Li Ying and the rest, who were initially terrified behind Yi Qin, were completely stunned. The expressions of the people from the 6 grotto heavens changed completely. They did not expect that a total of 9 quasi-saints would suddenly appear in the originally good situation. In an instant, the situation was reversed. On the other hand, Yun Yangzi's expression changed abruptly as if he had recalled something. He immediately cried out in shock, "Why, you're from the Kunlun Ruins!" As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 felt their minds rumble as if they had been struck by lightning. Kunlun Ruins. Fairy Meng of Weiyu Mountain was completely flustered. She looked at Yi Qin in shock. "Why, you're the master of the Kunlun Ruins!" At that moment, the 6 of them were extremely shocked and almost fainted. The master of the Kunlun Ruins. The meaning of those words was too terrifying. It meant that the entire Kunlun Ruins would serve Yi Qin as their master. With a single thought from Yi Qin, all the powerhouses in the entire Kunlun Ruins could gather together in an instant and destroy everything. Meanwhile, Yi Qin was the master of the Kunlun Ruins. If they had known that this would happen, they would not have risked the world's condemnation to attack Yi Qin. Thinking to this point, Zixia Mountain's Kangmingzi broke out in cold sweat. He immediately said, "Mad Southern Yi, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We're willing to return immediately and swear not to enter the world again." The rest of them were also filled with endless regret. However, Yi Qin acted as if he did not hear anything. He merely waved his hand lightly and said coldly, "Kill them all!" As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tianhou grinned sinisterly. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he had already landed in front of Kangmingzi. The other 8 people also closed in. Origin energy fluctuations that were like stormy waves completely surged between heaven and earth. Chapter 997. You noisy old dog! How dare you attack the master of the Kunlun Ruins? You're courting death. Wu Tianhou smiled ferociously at Kangmingzi before throwing a punch. Surging black origin energy gathered, and it actually contained goo poison. Kangmingzi's expression changed when he saw that. He hurriedly circulated his full strength and threw a punch with all his might. Bang! When their fists collided, an incomparably violent storm was set off at the scene. Then, everyone saw Kangmingzi's body fly out heavily. He lowered his head to look at his black and rotten palm and said in shock, "Goo poison? Ha ha ha! I'd like to experience the standard of a quasi-saint in the secular world." The Luo clan's patriarch raised his hand and created a 30-meter long flame waterfall. He took the initiative to charge at Fairy Meng. Rumble, a huge battle erupted. 9 people against 6. This was a battle that was destined to be unequal, not to mention the advantage in numbers. Just the inheritance of the Kunlun Ruins was not something the 10 grottos could compare to. Bang, bang, bang. Li Ying and the rest stared dumbfoundedly at the dozen figures fighting in the air. They were shocked by the overwhelming situation. Taoist master Long Quan from Mount Longhu stole a glance at the expressionless Yi Qin. He could not help but feel a chill surging into his head. The master of the Kunlun ruins. Yi Chen had made a trip to the Kunlun ruins. Everyone thought that he had joined a super sect, which was why he had such combat power. Never did they expect him to become the master of the Kunlun ruins. The Black Dragon was even more relieved. Fortunately, he had accepted Yi Chen's enlightenment. Otherwise, the Water Dragon Palace would have been destroyed by now. An hour later, 5 people from the 6 blessed and heavenly lands had died. Only Kong Mingzi of the Purple Cloud Mountain was still alive. Kong Mingzi was poisoned, and he did not have much cultivation left. He knelt on the ground covered in blood and was extremely terrified. Mad Southerny, let me go, let me go. My Xixia Grotto is willing to serve you as its master. He was really afraid. He regretted attacking Yi Qin. Yi Qin lit a cigarette and extended his hand. He grabbed the man's throat gently and lifted him into the air. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Don't worry. The Xixia Grotto behind you will be with you soon. I'll take you down with me. Kong Mingzi's body shook violently. After that, madness flashed through his eyes, as if he wanted to self-destruct. Roar! Little Black revealed its original form and swallowed it into its stomach. Accompanied by the sound of teeth chewing, it chewed up the divine soul. But the world was silent. The powerhouses of the 6 grotto heavens and 6 quasi-saints were killed, just like that. In the end, the powerhouses that descended from the Kunlun ruins only suffered minor injuries at most. After a long while, Yi Qin lifted his head to look at Elder Qing Xian and the rest. Why are there only 9 of you here? Only the 9th Peak, Witchcraft Sect, Corpse Sect, and the 7 ancient clans were present. In other words, 7 of the 10 high sects had yet to arrive. Peak leader. Elder Qing Xian immediately said, the barrier between the Kunlun ruins and Earth isn't stable enough. We can't send too many people at once, so we can only rush over first. Great. Yi Qin nodded lightly. Li Ying gathered her courage and stepped forward. She asked cautiously, Palace Lord, where are we going next? Of course. We'll destroy the 10 grotto heavens first. Yi Qin took a deep puff of his cigarette. He stepped on the sparks on the cigarette and extinguished it. An hour later, Xixia Mountain. It was a place with hazy, colorful light and surging spiritual energy. Looking into the distance, the mountain range was magnificent, like the rise and fall of a true dragon. In a hall deep in the mountain range, Lei Wanjun, who was dressed in a Taoist robe, sat on a meditation cushion. However, at that moment, he seemed to be a little uneasy. His right eyelid was twitching violently. Right eyelid twitching, this is a great omen. Lei Wanjun's expression kept changing. Could it be that something has happened to senior brother and the rest? Impossible. He was shocked by his own thought. He immediately shook his head and said, Even if the 6 grotto heavens join forces this time, we can at least escape unscathed, even if we're no match for Mad Southerny. Just as he was about to divine for himself, the entire Xixia grotto heavens suddenly shook violently. At that moment, everyone sensed it. When Lei Wanjun led the crowd into Xixia grotto heavens, the scene that greeted him almost made him faint. The person who was attacking the formation outside was none other than Yi Qin. What terrified him even more was that Yi Qin had come here unscathed. Did that not mean that the people sent by the 6 major grotto heavens had met with misfortune? Mad Southerny, what do you mean? He forcefully suppressed his panic and said fiercely, My Xixia grotto heavens has never interfered with you. Why are you attacking us? Never interfered with each other. The Patriarch of Hell smirked coldly, and a head flew into the air. Take a look at who this is. Lei Wanjun almost fainted when he saw it. Who else could that head be but his senior brother, Kong Mingzi? Xixia grotto heavens attacked the leader of China's 100 generals, Mad Southerny. The Dragon King Palace is ordered to kill the traitor today. Li Ying took out the kill order issued by the higher-ups. Kill. Elder Qing Xian and the rest attacked at the same time. Zixia Grotto Heavens were destroyed. Following that, the 6 Grotto Heavens, including Qingqing Mountain, Weiyu Mountain, Xiqing Mountain, Luofa Mountain, and Wangbu Mountain, were destroyed one after another. Only the 4 Grotto Heavens, including Xishuan Mountain, Qiqing Mountain, Jutsu Mountain, and Linwu Mountain, escaped because they did not attack Yi Qin. In Zixia Grotto Heavens, Yi Qin tapped the table lightly with his hand. He squinted slightly, his emotions unclear. Gu family! Through the soul search, he found out that Gu Shaoquan was the cause of this incident. Palace Master, Old Master, Gu of the Gu family has a body of steel. He has contributed to the country. Li Ying wanted to say something, but hesitated. At this moment, she could be said to be extremely respectful towards the man in front of her. She did not dare to be disrespectful at all. He was like a tyrant. Tianan in the Gu family villa. Gu Shaoquan knelt before Old Master Gu in a panic and said regretfully, "Grandpa, save me. You must save me this time. I'm your only grandson." As he spoke, he kept slapping himself. His face was filled with tears of regret. He did not expect that a transcendent force as powerful as the 10 Grotto Heavens would still be defeated by Yi Qin. In front of him, Old Master Gu, who was dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, was sitting in a wheelchair. He was so old that he looked like an old man on the verge of death. Bang! The old master was trembling in anger. He grabbed a purple clay teapot and smashed it on Gu Shaoquan's forehead. "Be *starred, why aren't you dead? Why aren't you dead?" "I was wrong, I was really wrong." Gu Shaoquan ignored the blood on his forehead and kowtowed heavily. "Please help me plead with Mr. Yi. He has always respected you. Grandpa, please save Shaoquan." Gu Shaoquan's wife and Gu Yingying also knelt down to plead for him. At that moment, footsteps slowly came from outside. Chapter 998. Hearing the footsteps, Gu Yingying turned her head and shouted by instinct, "Didn't I tell you not to let anyone in?" She was stunned as soon as she finished speaking. She was not the only one. Even Old Master Gu and Gu Shaoquan, who turned their heads, were shocked. And Mr. Yi. Gu Shaoquan felt like his scalp was going to explode when he saw who it was. He was so shocked that he almost fainted. "Ms. Gu, you're so arrogant." Yi Qin ignored everyone's gaze and sat on the couch slowly. He poured himself a cup of tea and said after tasting it, "Even I can't enter your Gu residence now." "Mr. Yi, that's not what I meant." Gu Yingying's pretty face changed. She wanted to explain. "Stop talking." Yi Qin put the teacup down hard and interrupted her. He lifted his head to look at Old Master Gu. "Old Master, someone's right. I've always respected you, because you're China's hero. Without someone like you, who shed blood, China wouldn't be where it is today." Old Master Gu's body shook slightly upon hearing that. "I'll always respect you. However, today is the last time I'll visit your Gu residence. From now on, I'll have nothing to do with the Gu family. That's all I have to say. Take care." Yi Qin walked out in big steps. After saying that, he did not even turn his head. He did not even look at Gu Shaoquan throughout the entire process. "Mr. Yi, let me go." He let me go. Gu Shaoquan could not help but cry tears of joy. However, Gu Yingying, who was standing aside, had despair written all over her face. "I was wrong, I was wrong." Old Master Gu closed his eyes bitterly and spoke with difficulty. The old man's hands on the wheelchair could not stop shaking. The old man waved at Gu Shaoquan lightly. "Come here." The latter knelt before him and held his hand tightly. "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I'll definitely change in the future. Your parents passed away early." The old man stretched out a hand and touched his face. He sighed and smiled. "You've been with me since you were 8 months old. I was the one who raised you. It's my fault that I've been too lenient with you, causing you to commit such a terrible mistake today." "Grandpa," Gu Yinging begged, "who doesn't make mistakes in life?" The old man muttered to himself, "Some mistakes can be corrected after they are made, but once they are made, they must pay a certain price. This is a matter of the bottom line and righteousness." Gu Shaoquan's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have realized something and struggled to escape. However, he found that the old man's hand was firmly restraining him. "Rest assured and go. As for Ping, I will educate him well. In the future, I will arrange for him to join the army and repay your debt." After saying that, the old man gently pressed his hand on the former's head. Plop! A cold corpse fell heavily to the ground. On the same day, the wealthy Gu family of Tianan announced their dissolution, and all of their wealth was handed over to the national treasury. Old man Gu, who was only in his 70s, ignored the dissuasion of his old subordinates and returned to the coastal front line. A real man should defend his country with his life. This was a debt he owed to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had died because of Gu Shaoquan, and also a form of punishment for himself. That afternoon, Baiyu, Fengdu, North County, an armed helicopter slowly landed less than 5 kilometers away from Fengdu, Ghost City. Someone went forward to welcome him immediately. After Yi Qin walked out of the helicopter, a middle-aged man walked up and said, "Greetings, Heavenly King Yi. How's the situation in Fengdu now?" After Yi Qin landed on the ground, he lifted his eyes and looked into the distance. What he saw was a black fog that looked like a terrifying beast standing there. At around 2 in the afternoon, a heavy fog appeared in Fengdu, and some passengers disappeared. In less than 3 hours, the fog has already covered a radius of 5 kilometers around Fengdu. Wen Zhen said quickly. Yi Qin frowned. "Are there any casualties?" "Yes," Wen Zhen said with lingering fear. "A few of our soldiers rushed into the fog to search for passengers, but they didn't return. A few others were instantly devoured by the fog." "Who are they?" The Patriarch of Hell pointed at the crowd at the edge of the fog. Wen Zhen said, "They are all mutants and cultivators. We really couldn't stop them, so we could only let them go. Stay where you are and wait for orders from the higher-ups. We'll go and investigate." After saying that, Yi Qin led the Patriarch and the rest toward the fog. Along the way, they saw many groups of mutants or people from the cultivation world. There was no lack of supreme giants and almighties among them. The Patriarch of Hell said thoughtfully, "Fellow Yi, why do you think there's a sudden change in Fengdu? Could it be that it's really like the legends in China, that this is the land that leads to the death world?" Although he was not from Earth, he had been on Earth for some time, so he naturally knew more about this. "That shouldn't be possible." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. "If there's an underworld, doesn't that mean there's also the heavenly court and the western paradise?" "That's true." The Patriarch smiled in shock. "Earth is just a lesser kiliacosm after all. Even a greater kiliacosm, like the spirit realm, doesn't have immortals." At this moment, an old man with a powerful aura looked around and said, "Everyone, have any of you entered the fog to investigate?" "A few batches have gone in long ago." A mutant in silver armor could not help but say, "However, no one has ever come out. Moreover, I realize that this fog is very strange. It seems to be able to devour the flesh and blood of living people." "That's not all," another person said with a fearful expression. "The deeper you go into the fog, the stranger it gets. I once saw a level. 9 mutant turn into a skeleton after entering less than 30 meters into the fog." The crowd burst into an uproar. Some of the people who had just arrived and were about to go in to investigate felt their hair stand on end, and they instantly gave up on that thought. Even a level 9 mutant could not withstand the fog. They would die if they went in. Yi Qin suddenly stopped when he was less than 30 meters away from the fog. There was a gleam in his eyes as he looked at the fog. It was because he realized that the black fog before him was almost identical to the black fog outside the ghost ship. Thinking to this point, he could not help but frown. Strange. Why would the fog outside the ghost ship appear here? At that moment, a commotion suddenly came from behind the crowd. There was a faint and orderly sound of horse hooves. Yi Chen turned around to take a look. A group of carriages rushed over from afar. It was a carriage pulled by 9 warhorses, and a man in a black dragon robe sat on the carriage. The man's face was dignified without being angry, like an ancient emperor on a patrol. Around the carriage were 4 armored men with monstrous, murderous auras. It's him. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. P.S. I finished updating the 3rd chapter today. I can resume updating the 4th chapter tomorrow. As for the chapters that I've missed, I'll try my best to make them up later. This book is almost at the 1000th chapter. Brothers, although my occasional updates aren't very reliable, I've still stumbled to this point. I'm not the kind of person who will stop writing and leave it unfinished. Chapter 999. He looked at the man in the black dragon robe on the carriage. Yi Chen squinted as his eyes flickered. The other party was Ying. Ever since Yi Chen returned from Kunlun ruins, it was his first time encountering Ying. Moreover, it was under such circumstances. He's become stronger again. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. What powerful Yin dragon energy. Not only is he a corpse king, he even has 4 drought demons following him. The Patriarch of Hell's expression was solemn as he asked through voice transmission, "Fellow Yi, who is this person?" With the Patriarch's experience, he could naturally tell that Ying was extraordinary. However, what he could see was limited. It was as if there was a fog around Ying, preventing him from seeing clearly. That was why he was afraid of them. As Yi Chen's lips trembled, shock flashed through the Patriarch of Hell's eyes. "It's that person." That's right. This person has probably reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best if you don't provoke him, Yi Chen said secretly. The Patriarch of Hell did not say a word. Swoosh, 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 as the huge chariot rushed over. Everyone moved out of the way. The noisy crowd instantly quietened down. However, shock flashed through the gazes that looked at Ying from time to time. Zombies, they're all zombies. What a powerful, murderous aura. When did China have such a special force? Don't provoke them. Don't ever provoke them. Facing everyone's gazes, the 4 ferocious men around the carriage did not look sideways as if they did not see anything. Meanwhile, Ying, who was on the carriage, closed his eyes slightly. Just when the carriage passed by Yi Chen and the rest, Ying suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked into his eyes. Then, Ying nodded slightly as if he was greeting him and looked away. "Let's go." This was the first time Ying had spoken. The chariot immediately flew into the mist, and the 4 drought demons followed closely behind. They're in. Aren't they afraid of the strange black fog? Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. One had to know that the strange black fog could devour human flesh and blood. At this moment, a strange fragrance wafted out from the black mist. It was as if a fragrance was floating in the air. What's that smell? It smells so good. Someone took a deep breath and immediately felt incomparably refreshed. His limbs and bones surged with waves of vitality, as if he was floating among the clouds. This is the fragrance of a supreme medicine. The expression of one of the quasi-saints changed slightly. He then said excitedly, "Supreme medicine? There must be a supreme medicine within the black mist." The crowd burst into an uproar. Boom! In the end, someone couldn't take it anymore. An old man with 2 horns on his head took a step forward, and his figure instantly swept into the black fog. The other party was a quasi-sage. This time, everyone could see it more clearly. That person's entire body was wrapped in purple chi, and that terrifying black mist was actually unable to affect him at all. Can quasi-sages enter? Seeing this scene, many experts' eyes instantly froze. Let's go too. An old man wielding a sword suddenly shot into the black fog as a streak of sword light. It seemed that he could not hold back his curiosity. Whoosh, 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 after him. People followed one after another. The weakest among them was a supreme giant. At this moment, everyone finally realized a rule. If one wanted to resist the strange black fog, the weakest cultivation base was a supreme giant. Even an Emperor stage cultivator could not do it. Li Ying looked at Yi Qin and could not help but say, "Palace Master, are we going in?" Yi Qin said nothing. He merely took a good look at the depths of the black fog and said, while deep in thought, "Why does Ying want to enter Fengdu? You should know that he has the body of a zombie and supreme medicines and such have no effect on him. Let's go." A few seconds later, he waved his sleeve and led the Patriarch of Hell and the rest into the black fog. "It's Mad Southern Yi. He's here too. Even Mad Southern Yi has been alarmed. It seems like Fengdu in front of us is extraordinary. Unfortunately, our cultivation bases are too low to resist the black fog." At that moment, everyone around them noticed Yi Chen and the rest. At that moment, people gasped. In the dark and dense black fog, one could not see the end of it. There was a crescent moon hanging quietly in the sky, as if it had formed a world of its own, isolating the outside world. At this moment, numerous figures flashed into a deep pool like graceful birds, and they gave rise to quite a bit of waves. "Kacha, kacha!" The sound of teeth chewing could be heard in the black fog. This black fog is really strange. The Patriarch of Hell activated his protective true origin energy. He sensed the black fog around him with a grim expression and took out a medicinal pill to consume. As soon as he stepped into the black fog, he sensed its strangeness. If not for his protective true origin energy, he would have been at a disadvantage. As for Luo Tianya and Li Ying, they unleashed their protective true energy one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear. However, what shocked them was that Yi Qin and Yi Wushuang seemed very relaxed in the black fog. They were like fish in water. In the black fog, Yi Chen's body emitted a faint divine radiance. His bones were crystalline like jade, and he looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. The black fog avoided him wherever he passed. As for Yi Wushuang, he was dressed in white and did not reveal his aura. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the black fog. It's indeed the black fog on the ghost ship. Yi Qin took the initiative to reach out and grab a ball of black fog. The confusion in his eyes intensified after sensing it carefully. The Patriarch of Hell said, "Fellow Yi, have you noticed that the black fog seems to have a consciousness?" "Indeed," Yi Qin nodded lightly. "This black fog can devour the flesh and blood of living people to grow, but it doesn't belong to a living being. I suspect that the so-called black fog is formed by countless broken souls." "That's right." Patriarch Yellow Spring looked at him with admiration and said with a frown, "I've seen this kind of black mist before. To be precise, it should be called the soul sand. It's a sand river formed after a soul is shattered. Made of soul fragments." Li Ying's face turned pale. In other words, the black fog is a fragment of a ghost. Although she had the cultivation base of a supreme giant, girls would always be afraid of ghosts. You can understand it that way. The Patriarch of Hell nodded. At this point, he looked at Li Ying with a smile. "Why? Little girl, are you afraid? If you kiss me, I'll protect you." "Die." Li Ying turned her head arrogantly. "W who's afraid? Besides, you're a brat who hasn't even grown his hair yet. How dare you tease me?" The Patriarch was speechless. At this moment, a scream could be heard from afar. Chapter 1000. There's someone ahead. Yi Chen interrupted Li Ying and Luo Tianya. Then he charged toward the source of the scream. 300 meters away, an old man in tattered clothes was lying on the ground, screaming miserably. If one were to look carefully, they would notice that only white bones were left on his legs, as if they had been completely eaten by something. The flesh on his legs was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, only his face was left, Ah! Li Ying could not help but take a few steps back in fear. The man looked at Yi Qin and the rest in despair. There was a strong desire to live in his eyes. Save me! Save me! As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body had completely turned into a skeleton. Luo! Tinya shook his head slightly. This person's cultivation base is insufficient, but he insisted on barging in. He deserves to die, Li Ying suddenly said. Look, it's his soul. Everyone's eyes focused. A soul suddenly shot out from the skeleton, as if it wanted to escape. However, it was still enveloped by the surrounding black fog and was completely torn apart. The sound of sand falling to the ground rang in everyone's ears. The black fog grew much stronger again. As expected, Yi Qin squinted and said softly, Patriarch, it seems like our previous guess was right. The black fog is made of soul fragments. In other words, there used to be many ghosts here. The Patriarch of Hell nodded and said, But there must have been a great battle later on, causing these ghosts to be shattered and form the strange black fog. Li Ying and Luo Tinya nodded one after another. There's another possibility. However, Yi Qin shook his head and said, There's a battle between living people. After their souls are shattered, they'll also condense such soul sand. Because it's the soul fragments of countless people. It's mixed with the 7 emotions and 6 desires and negative emotions. There's some truth to what you said. The Patriarch nodded thoughtfully. As the group went almost 3,000 meters into the black fog, they encountered many people with weak cultivation bases who died along the way. Apart from their flesh and blood being devoured, their souls were also torn apart and turned into soul sand. Not long after, an incomparably huge ancient city broke through the black fog and gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. This ancient city was too grand. The city walls were over 100 meters tall, larger than any city in the outside world. Moreover, it was filled with an eerie and ancient feeling. The sky above the city was covered in dark clouds, preventing people from seeing anything in the city. However, Yi Chen could see the name above the city gate clearly. Gates of Hell. The 3 blood-red words exuded a ghostly aura, as if it was a silent warning to the living. Not far away from him, there were more than 10 people who stopped one after another. They were the powerhouses who had entered before Yi Chen. Gates of Hell. It's actually the Gates of Hell. My God, we're actually at the Gates of Hell. Could it be that the legend really exists? Some experts shuddered. A great omen, a great omen. A Taoist immediately took out a tortoiseshell to divine for himself, but the tortoiseshell instantly shattered. He couldn't help but panic. I'm withdrawing. Without another word, he walked back the way he came, as if he wanted to return. However, he had only taken a few steps when he let out a blood-curdling scream. Under everyone's fearful gazes, a bolt of red lightning suddenly descended from the gloomy sky, directly blasting the other party into pieces. Then, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Deathly silence, a deathly silence. That was a quasi-saint, yet he was killed in the blink of an eye. Even until he died, he still did not understand why. A few seconds later, a cry of surprise erupted. What was that red lightning just now? Looks like we'll die even if we return the way we came. We have no way out. A powerhouse said with a trembling voice. The Patriarch of Hell narrowed his eyes and said, Fellow Yi, did you see what that was? It was too fast. Yi Chen frowned and said slowly, However, I can vaguely sense a soul fluctuation. At the next moment, his expression changed slightly. It was because he sensed the unusual movement of the ghost child cry soul beast. Previously, he had kept the beast in his soul beast pouch and had never released it. Now, this was the first time the beast had sent a signal that it wanted to come out. Could it be that the ghost child discovered something? He frowned without batting an eyelid. Then he said to Li Ying and the rest, Be careful. You must follow me closely. Pretending to be mysterious. Right at this moment, a loud shout exploded from the crowd in the distance. Then, an old man holding a sword leaped up. The gates of hell? What a joke. Do you think you can scare me with just 3 words? If the legendary underworld really exists, I don't mind wreaking havoc in the underworld today. With that, the old man slashed through the air with a sword gleam, and he actually rushed towards the ancient city. Seeing that someone was following suit, another figure shot out from the crowd. Let's go. We'll die if we retreat. Instead of that, we might as well charge in. Let's go. Yi Qin did not hesitate. He swept his sleeve and swept up a gust of wind. He carried Liang and the rest away quickly. There were many ancient buildings in the ancient city, and it seemed extremely quiet at this moment. The spacious street was no different from the surrounding buildings. It was unknown what material it was made of. The color was like dried blood, red and black. Apart from Yi Qin and the rest, no one dared to move. They looked around vigilantly. Even though there was a faint light in the ancient shop next to them, no one dared to enter. Ah! Right at this moment, an extremely shrill scream suddenly broke the silence in the dim street. Everyone immediately looked over and saw a hole in the chest of a supreme giant powerhouse. A black shadow passed through the hole. Patter! That person's body instantly turned into a pile of bones that scattered on the ground. Something evil is attacking us. Someone cried out in alarm. Then many people gathered together and stood back to back, looking around vigilantly. Someone said with a trembling voice, "Did you guys see what that was? Could it be a ghost?" Boom! The old man suddenly slashed behind him and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you ambush us from behind?" However, 2 more screams answered him. 2 more skeletons appeared on the ground. "How dare you play tricks in front of the Patriarch?" 2 bolts of lightning flashed in the Patriarch of Hell's eyes as he sneered, "I'd like to see what you guys are." At that moment, a black shadow attacked from behind Liang. "Watch out," Yi Qin reminded. Then he grabbed the black shadow with his palm. However, what he grabbed was an extremely light black spirit body. Hungry ghost! The Patriarch of Hell suddenly recognized it. It's a hungry ghost! The black spirit body turned into a woman in strange clothes. She bared her teeth at Yi Qin's hand. Yi Qin said, "And it's a beginner stage golden core, hungry ghost." Chapter 1001. Beginner Golden Core. The Patriarch of Hell's expression became more and more serious. There were thousands of ghosts in this world, but hungry ghosts were the most special. This was because hungry ghosts formed their own path, which was called the Hungry Ghost Path. The 6 paths were divided into Heaven Path, Human Path, Azura Path, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Hell Path. Coincidentally, the Hungry Ghost Path was one of them. Among them, the Human Path and Animal Path lived in the human world, while the Hungry Ghost Path lived in the Hungry Ghost realm. There was a clear boundary between the 6 realms. Hungry ghosts were different from ordinary ghosts because they had physical bodies. In the world of hungry ghosts, their lives were miserable. They often had to endure hunger for hundreds of years without food. If an ordinary hungry ghost fell into the human world, it could often destroy a city because they would not let go of anything that could be eaten. That was the terror of hungry ghosts. Now that a hungry ghost had appeared here, did it not mean that the barrier between the hungry ghost realm and the human world had been broken? While the 2 of them were deep in thought, Liang could not help but say in a trembling voice, "Palace Master, kill her quickly." "I'm afraid, don't." Yi Qin and the Patriarch of Hell shook their heads at the same time. This is a ghost mother. There are hundreds of ghosts living in her body. Once her physical body is broken, hundreds of ghosts will break out. The consequences will be even more troublesome. Liang's face turned pale when she heard that. At that moment, Ghost Child in Yi Qin's soul beast pouch was getting more and more agitated. He kept sending out strong consciousnesses. "I forgot about you, little guy." Yi Qin only snapped back to his senses and patted the soul beast pouch. Under everyone's gaze, A green monkey the size of a palm landed on Yi Chen's shoulder. At that moment, the ghost mother in Yi Chen's hand trembled violently. The imp mother in Yi Chen's hand trembled violently. Fear filled its face as if it had sensed its natural enemy. Before Yi Chen could speak, Ghost Child's green eyes landed on the ghost mother. Then he shot his gaze at the ghost mother. 3 rays of yellow light shot out of his 3 nostrils. The ghost mother's body became smaller and smaller. Eventually, it was sucked into Ghost Child's nose until it disappeared. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. The Patriarch of Hell's eyes lit up as if he had seen a woman. He reached out to grab Ghost Child without saying anything. "Fellow Yi, what is this? It can devour ghosts." Whoosh! Ghost Child leaped onto Yi Chen's shoulder nimbly and grinned at him. Squeak! 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 Just when Yi Chen was about to speak, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter coming from the side. "Ha ha ha! I caught him! I caught him!" A quasi-sage grabbed a harpy mother tightly with both hands, his face filled with ecstasy. "I caught it too. The other person had a harpies in his hand as well. Damn it, so it was this thing that was hiding in the shadows and ambushing us. Die!" Then he grabbed Haridi's hand tightly. "No," Yi Chen said hurriedly. However, it was too late. With 2 bangs, the bodies of the 2 harpies were crushed on the spot. The smiles on their faces froze. This was because, as the 2 harpies shattered, round black dots that looked like insect eggs instantly burst out. These eggs expanded in the wind, and then they all split open, transforming into black shadows that pounced towards everyone. Not good. What is this? Get lost. The scene was in chaos. People screamed one after another, and many people were devoured one after another, turning into skeletons that scattered on the ground. Whoosh! Ghost Child turned into a beam of dark light and charged at the Japanese. As the suction force from his 3 nostrils came out, he devoured hundreds of Japanese one after another. Ghost Child landed on Yi Chen's shoulder again. He actually fell asleep with his head drooped. Clearly, the devouring earlier had pushed him to his limit. He needed time to digest. Everyone was shocked. They never expected that the extremely strange, hungry ghost would be easily overcome by a little monkey. Even the Patriarch of Hell's eyes turned green. At that moment, everyone looked at Yi Chen at the same time. There were various expressions on their faces. There was shock, envy, and greed. They had witnessed the horror of those hungry ghosts just now. If they also had existences like Ghost Child, wouldn't they be able to roam freely in Fengdu? An old man's eyes flickered a few times before he stepped forward and said, "Sage Yi, what is this?" "Get lost." Yi Wushuang took a step forward and warned. The man's expression turned grim. "How dare you? I'm talking to fellow Yi. Do you have the right to interrupt? Let's go." Yi Chen glanced at him coldly. Then he turned around and led the Patriarch of Hell and the rest to the end of the street. The moment he turned around, several shocking killing intent attacked. "Mad Southerny, you can leave if you want, but leave that monkey behind." In the end, someone could not help but attack. Although these people knew how powerful Yi Chen was, they considered that there were only 5 of them in Yi Chen's group, while there were more than 30 of them. Moreover, from the fact that they knew that Fengdu was dangerous and strange, they still stepped in fearlessly. It was obvious that they had already disregarded life and death. "You're courting death." Yi Wushuang and Luo Tinya were the first to attack. They joined forces and charged at the quasi-saints that were charging at them. A great battle ensued. There are only 3 of them left, and one of them is a supreme giant. Let's attack together and take that monkey. We'll share it. Someone spoke again. Rumble. At that moment, several people attacked one after another. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. The Patriarch of Hell chuckled and turned around. A purple gourd appeared in his hand. "Treasure, please turn around." It was the purple gourd Dao sword. Boom! Suddenly, a purple sword chi exploded in the air. Like purple lightning, It slashed at the 5 people who were charging at him. Oh no! The expressions of the 5 of them changed, and then they retreated at the same time. However, one of them was killed by the purple sword gleam on the spot. A quasi-saint was dead. The rest were shocked. Clearly, they did not expect the patriarch to be so ruthless as soon as he attacked. Damn it! How can this person be so powerful? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. I'll send you to hell today. Yi Chen was furious as well. He charged at the 4 of them like an ancient god was furious. Fellow Yi, you're wrong. How can this bunch of trash be qualified to go to hell? It's better for them to go to hell. The Patriarch of Hell also charged over domineeringly. Coincidentally, this is the gates of hell. They can walk less. Rumble, a rain of blood splashed in the air as 4 quasi-saints were killed. As Yi Chen and the Patriarch of Hell attacked together, the outcome was decided within 10 minutes. Shocking, absolutely shocking. The remaining 20-odd people were dead silent. Most of them were glad that they had hesitated and did not attack Yi Chen earlier. Otherwise, they would have ended up like this. No. On the other hand, 2 quasi-saints died on Yi Wushuang and Luo Tianya's side. The remaining 2 quasi-saints' expressions changed drastically, and they dashed towards the end of the street without saying a word. Running. Yi Chen's long hair fluttered wildly as killing intent rose. I'd like to see where you guys can run to. P.S. There's still one more chapter for the 3rd chapter. I'll write it after dinner. It might be late. If you can't wait, rest early. Chapter 1002. Fengdu, also known as the Ghost City. Since ancient times, this place had been considered the home of people after death, and the facilities in Fengdu were based on people's fantasies about the netherworld. For example, the gates of hell, the road to the netherworld, the city of the wronged, the Yamahal, the viewing platform, the river of forgetfulness, the stone of 3 lives, the 18 levels of hell, the bridge of helplessness, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and so on. This was a cultural heritage that had been deeply rooted in the bones of China for thousands of years, even if it was denied by the current scientific outlook. Even though it was denied by the current scientific view, it still satisfied the curiosity of the world. Therefore, Fengdu, which was located in Baiyu, became a tourist attraction. Every year, countless tourists would come because of its reputation. They would come into close contact with the feudal mentality that they were most unwilling to accept and could not suppress, on the road to the netherworld. When Yi Chen and the rest arrived, they realized that the 2 people who were running in front of them had suddenly disappeared. Luo Tianya frowned and said, "That's strange. The 2 of them were about to catch up. Why did they suddenly disappear? If I'm not mistaken, this is the road to the netherworld. It's known as the place where ghosts are received," Yi Chen said slowly. Everyone could not help but look around. All they saw was a quiet path. From afar, it looked like a human tongue. There were no bright flowers or lush trees on both sides of the path. Instead, there were tombstones that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were no weeds around them, only white flowers and burning candles. As the cold wind blew, the candles flickered nonstop. Petals floated in the air like white paper money for the dead under the tombstones. Sob, sob, sob. The cold wind seemed to be crying, as if it was telling the people who had arrived here everything that had happened. Low, sorrowful, sorrowful. People gradually followed behind them, but they were all shocked by the countless tombstones in front of them. There were so many tombstones in Fengdu. How could this be? How could this be? Someone suddenly muttered to himself, "I've been to Fengdu before." At that time, there were only man-made red spider lilies around the road to the netherworld. Why are there so many tombstones all of a sudden? Everyone was shocked. They did not think that he was crazy. Because this Fengdu was only a tourist attraction, everything was modeled after the legendary Fengdu. One of the experts sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "I feel like we're getting closer to a secret that no one knows about." Meanwhile, the sword-wielding old man descended before a tombstone on his sword and he was instantly stunned on the spot. The Kunwu saint fell in 370 BC. Before he died, he killed his way up to the 9 heavens and killed 3 great immortals. His body trembled, and a hoarse voice slowly came out of his mouth. As his voice fell, the scene was dead silent. Countless people's eyes were filled with shock. A saint. It turned out to be the tomb of a saint. The old man's gaze landed on the side of the tombstone in front of him. There was a short sword stuck in the mound. However, the dagger had long since decayed. It was clear that the artifact spirit within it had perished over the long years. Whoosh! Another expert landed in front of a tombstone and read that Songshuan saint fell in 370 BC. Before he died, he did not hesitate to self-destruct, killing 5 great immortals and seriously injuring 8 others. The Crimson Sun saint fell in 370 BC. With his own strength, he intercepted a foreign sect on Mount Kunlun and died in the battle. The Tianyuan saint fell in 371 BC. He was besieged by 7 great immortals who sacrificed their lives. The great Magus Saint Brian fell in 375 BC. He did not hesitate to sacrifice his lifespan to use the sacred light technique to defend a city, and fought to the last man. The sword Saint Gong Fujita fell in 390 BC. At the cost of his reincarnation, he swung his last sword, the heavens. The Wolf Emperor of Amore, as the words on the tombstones were being interpreted one by one. Everyone's expression became uglier and uglier. In the end, a storm was set off in their hearts. Dead silence. A deathly silence. No one spoke. Everyone was frantically digesting the information on the tombstones. They could only feel thunder rumbling in their minds. 100 tombstones. There were a total of 100 tombstones here, and the owners of the tombstones were all sages when they were alive. In other words, there were 100 sages buried here. Even with the revival of spiritual energy, there were almost no sages in the world. Sage to be was already the highest realm at present. However, there were 100 sages buried here. How could this not be shocking? Ha ha ha! A maniacal laughter broke the silence. A person with disheveled hair laughed maniacally. Fake, it must be fake. I don't believe it. Ha ha ha! He laughed as he kicked a tombstone. Bastard! How dare you! This person's rude scene immediately angered most of the people present. The sword-wielding elder slashed with his sword. This is the place where the sages of the human race sleep. How dare you desecrate it! After the man's arm was cut off, he was sent flying. Only then did he wake up from his stupor and burst into tears. 100 sages have fallen. 100 sages have fallen! Someone also cried. What the hell did the human race experience? Why did 100 sages fall here? Despair, incomparable despair. Sages were already legendary existences, and they were considered the most powerful people. However, they still fell, and over 100 of them had fallen at once. How could they, the quasi-saints, accept this? How could they not feel despair? Yi Chen took a step out and glanced at each tombstone one by one. His expression became serious. The sage's tomb, the sage's tomb. Luo Tinya broke down. This extremely confident genius was also filled with sorrow. Among the 100 tombstones here, more than 50 of them belonged to China. I understand, I finally understand. Yi Chen's heart rippled. No wonder the sages of the Kunlun ruins disappeared. No wonder the path of the sages of the Kunlun ruins was cut off, as so most of them are dead and they're buried here. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at the lines of words on the tombstone with a sorrowful expression. The time difference between these people's deaths is between 370 BC and 270 BC. It's a full 100 years. They must have experienced a great calamity in these 100 years. At this moment, the patriarch of hell walked over. His gaze landed on a tombstone that read, "The Crimson Sun Saint died in 370 BC." He single-handedly intercepted a foreign sect on Kunlun Mountain and died in battle. He could not help but take a deep breath in and say, "Fellow Yi, I suspect that the great calamity you mentioned should be related to the powerhouses from the outer realm." P.S. The 4th chapter. This book has broken through 1,000 chapters today, December 10th, 2019. Thank you for your company along the way. Some people say that companionship is the longest confession. Here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone. At the same time, I would also like to apologize for the problems with the previous updates. It will be a new year soon, and I will maintain my best condition to create more exciting stories for everyone. I will also accept everyone's supervision and criticism in the future, and I will correct them one by one. Chapter 1003. On the road to hell, everyone was still immersed in the shock of the tombs of the gods, powerhouses from outside the realm. Yi Chen could not help but look at the Patriarch of Hell after hearing his guess. He squinted. "Patriarch, are you saying that these saints died in the hands of powerhouses from outside the realm? Take a look at this tombstone." The Patriarch of Hell pointed at the tombstone beneath his feet. On it was written, "The Crimson Sun Saint died in 170 BC. He single-handedly stopped a foreign sect on Kunlun Mountain and died in battle." Do you see the words foreign clearly? The Patriarch took a deep breath in. Yi Chen nodded blankly. Among everyone present, apart from Yi Chen, the Patriarch, and Wu Shuang, perhaps no one else knew what the word foreign meant. The Patriarch's expression was unusually solemn. This tombstone says that a Crimson Sun Saint stopped a supreme sect from outside the realm on Kunlun Mountain. A supreme sect, fellow Yi. The Patriarch of Hell's eyes shone brightly. If I'm not wrong, a foreign sect once descended on Earth, and the local cultivators on Earth fought a shocking battle with these foreign invaders. In the end, at this point he fell silent. Clearly his heart was also in turmoil. In his previous life, the Patriarch was a tribulation almighty in the cultivation world. He knew very well that Earth was just a drop in the ocean, not to mention immortals and Buddhas descending into this world. Even an intermediate sect in the cultivation world was enough to sweep through the entire Earth. There are cultivators from China and cultivators from the West among those who are buried here. Yi Chen glanced at every tombstone and said slowly, "This means that almost all the peak combat power of Earth was gathered in the battle back then. In the end, Earth seemed to have won the battle. When he was in the Kunlun ruins, he had heard from the spirit of the heaven map that he had sensed the divine consciousness of a powerhouse from outside the realm being projected onto Earth. Now that it was connected to the tombstone in front of him, it was enough to prove that there was indeed a great enemy from outside the realm who had invaded Earth before this. The so-called Great Calamity of Kunlun ruins must have something to do with the enemy from outside the realm. That's right. Although we won this time, all of Earth's peak combat power has fallen, old ancestor Yellow Spring said indifferently. Fellow Taoisti, have you ever thought about whether those people from the outer realms were all killed? Have you thought about whether more xenorace experts will descend into this dimension in the future? Yi Chen was silent. Patriarch Yellow Spring said no more. To him, he wasn't a person from Earth, so he didn't have any feelings for Earth. Even if there really was a calamity, he could easily find a place to hide and cultivate until he reached the soul formation stage before returning to the cultivation world. However, Yi Chen could not, because Earth was his home. While the two of them were secretly communicating through their divine senses, an extremely terrifying voice suddenly came from the side. "Something's wrong!" Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was a supreme giant with a wine gourd hanging on his waist. He was looking at the candlelight in front of the tombstones with a face full of fear. Why is there candlelight here? Could it be that someone else came to pay their respects before us? As his voice fell, countless pairs of eyes stared at the endless candlelight. The candlelight looked like newly lit candles, with hot wax dripping down from time to time. The scene became deathly silent once again. Although candles were not rare, who would go out with hundreds of candles? The old man with the sword had an extremely solemn expression. These candles seemed to have been lit not long ago. Looks like someone came here before us. Could it be the two people who escaped earlier? Someone said, subconsciously. No. Someone immediately objected. Those two were being chased by mad Southerny. They didn't even have time to escape. How could they have the time to pay their respects to the dead? Yi Chen's eyes squinted slightly. He spread his divine consciousness and looked around. Could it be Ying? At the same time, he discovered an even stranger problem. Ever since he entered, he had not seen Ying's whereabouts. At this moment, someone finally reacted. Everyone, do you remember that there was a zombie king that came in before us? That's right. Could it be that the other party lit up these hundreds of candles? Many people reacted one after another. This person must have followed the Netherworld road down. After the old man's expression changed a few times, he no longer hesitated and flew along the Netherworld road with a sword gleam. Let's go too, Yi Chen ordered, and walked toward the end of the Netherworld road as well. His frown deepened. Ying, why did you enter Fengdu? At the next moment, everyone felt the entire road to the Yellow Springs begin to shake violently, and then a heart-wrenching scream suddenly exploded. Damn it, what are you doing? Someone looked at a person who was digging a saint's grave with a horrified expression. There, a hole had been dug out of the saint's grave. At that moment, an incomparably withered hand reached out from the hole and pierced through the person's chest. Before the crowd could react, the person's body suddenly split into two, and then an extremely evil aura came out from the hole. Roar! Soon after, a dried corpse slowly crawled out of the grave. A corpse came back to life. Many people were terrified. Under everyone's gaze, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Blood red surged in its sunken eyes, and there was an extremely deadly black energy circling around it. Swoosh! The corpse suddenly raised its head, and its gaze landed on the supreme giant closest to it. Then it suddenly grabbed with its withered hand. Ah! That person was grabbed on the spot. During the entire process, he could not resist at all. Then his throat was bitten open, and the flesh on his body corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. This sudden scene completely shocked everyone present. Attack! Following several loud shouts, several people attacked at the same time, joining forces to meet the corpse. The powerful force almost caused the space to tremble. Rumble! When the attacks landed on the corpse, it was immediately sent flying. However, before everyone could rejoice, it got up again. When they looked again, the other party did not seem to have suffered any injuries. Instead, it became even more ferocious. Green Lotus sword technique. Several sharp sword chi whistled out at almost the same time, and then they slashed onto the corpse in an incomparably domineering manner. It was the sword-wielding old man who had attacked. Bang! The corpse was sent flying again. Before it could get up again, an ancient palm slapped it furiously. Another quasi-sage made his move. However, what made everyone even more terrified was that in the face of such a terrifying attack, the corpse was still extremely lively. This time, everyone's expression finally changed. The corpse in front of them was clearly an unkillable cockroach. Chapter 1004. Rumble! The ground shook and dust flew. A black shadow shot out from the ground. Its deep-set scarlet pupils caused one's scalp to go numb. What was even more terrifying was that 3 more corpses appeared. It was a huge change caused by the first corpse smashing the 3 tombs. Kill! 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 The 4 corpses struggled endlessly. Black energy surged in their eyes, and their mouths opened slightly. Ear-piercing and eerie voices slowly came out. Demonic corpses. These 4 corpses are demonic corpses. A Buddhist powerhouse's expression changed. Without looking back, he rushed towards the end of the Netherworld road. Go! Go quickly! Let's go too. The rest immediately followed closely, afraid that they would be killed by the 4 corpses if they were a step behind. Just one corpse was already so powerful. Now that there were 4 more, how could they be a match for them? At that moment, only Yi Chen and the rest were left. Li Ying moved closer to Yi Chen by instinct. Fear filled her face. "Palace Master, let's go now." As soon as she said that, roar, 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 the 4 corpses had already pounced at them. "Get lost." Yi Chen's eyes were sharp. He took a step forward, and a terrifying force exploded from his palm. He poured it on the 4 corpses directly. Bang, bang, bang. Under such a powerful attack, the 4 corpses were sent flying dozens of meters away, leaving 4 long marks on the ground. What a powerful body! Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Just now, it was as if his palm had bombarded the hardest diamond. At the next moment, the 4 corpses leaped up again. The other 3 pounced over. However, the 4th corpse in a red robe moved and stood in front of the other 3 corpses. After that, a vast pressure suddenly erupted from his body. "Scram! Go back!" The red-robed corpse's blank eyes were filled with endless sharpness as if it was roaring. Roar, roar, roar. The other 3 corpses trembled violently, and then the black energy in their bodies surged. They attacked the red-robed corpse at the same time. Yin-yang furnace of creation. The red-robed mummy stretched out its withered arm and condensed a seal in the void. A vast amount of energy surged. A fiery red cauldron soared into the sky. The cauldron was incomparably illusory and gradually became extremely condensed. Then it actually suppressed the 3 dried corpses and himself within it. With heaven and earth as the furnace, fortune as the carbon, and all things as the copper, I will refine the firmament. The red-robed mummy's voice was hoarse, and the fiery red cauldron suddenly emitted endless flames. Roar, roar, roar. A series of incomparably shrill screams resounded in the surroundings like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, causing one's hair to stand on end. "What is he doing?" Li Ying stuttered. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. "That red-robed mummy seems to be helping us." These 4 corpses had all escaped from the saint's tomb. Logically speaking, they were saint skeletons that had died in battle, so they should not have this much demon chi on them. "It looks like he can't hold on any longer." "Patriarch Yellow!" Spring exclaimed. The mummy protected the illusory fiery red cauldron with all its might, as if it wanted to refine the demonic nature in the other 3 mummies. However, at that moment, the illusory fiery red cauldron began to tremble, showing signs of collapsing. Clearly, it could not hold on under the attacks of the 3 mummies. "Let me lend you a hand." At the critical moment, Yi Chen took a step out and teleported over in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, purple divine lightning surged on his body. Lightning paved the way wherever he passed. "Destroy!" He stretched out his hand, and lightning exploded in his palm. It enveloped the 3 mummies in the fiery red cauldron in an incomparably domineering manner. The screams became even more shrill. The 3 mummies struggled with all their might, as if they wanted to break free. However, they were firmly suppressed by the fiery red cauldron, and they could only endure the lightning strikes. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the screams gradually disappeared, and 3 human-shaped ashes appeared on the ground. "Thank you, fellow." An incomparably ancient and confused voice slowly came from the mouth of the red-robed mummy. "I didn't expect the human race to have such an almighty being." "Something's not right, sir." Yi Chen took a good look at him. "If I'm not wrong, there should be a devil's soul suppressed in your body." "Not only a devil's soul, but it's a master stage, nascent soul, devil's soul." The Patriarch of Hell walked over slowly. "I can't see through it. I can't see through it." The red-robed mummy's gaze lingered on Yi Chen, the Patriarch of Hell, and Yi Wushuang for a few seconds. Then he shook his head lightly and said with a bitter smile, You're right, fellow. There's indeed a master stage, nascent soul, devil soul suppressed in my body. He looked at Yi Chen deeply as he said that you should be a cultivator, right? As soon as that was said, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he said calmly, "Have you seen a cultivator before?" "Don't be suspicious, sir." Seeming to have noticed his cautiousness, the red-robed corpse immediately said, "Existences like you appeared 2,000 years ago, and it was they who brought calamity upon us." Yi Chen and the Patriarch of Hell looked at each other when they heard that. As expected, 2,000 years ago, there were indeed cultivators who descended on earth. It was the so-called Great Calamity. There's a devil's soul suppressed in your body. I believe the other party is a demonic cultivator, the Patriarch of Hell said confidently. That's right. The red-robed mummy looked at him in surprise and said hoarsely, among the enemies who invaded my celestial burial planet back then, not only were there cultivators, but there were also demonic cultivators, ghost cultivators, and even curse masters with strange methods. Right at this moment, Ling suddenly said, "Palace Master, look at his body!" The red-robed mummy's body began to erode from its feet, gradually turning into a pile of sand that scattered everywhere. Don't be so surprised. The red-robed mummy seemed to have expected his ending. His tone was calm, as if he was not afraid of death. Back then, the saints of the human race rose together, and hundreds of sects contended. I thought we would create a sacred era, but the great calamity came. Their abilities were astonishing, and they had endless magic treasures and miraculous pills. They even had battleships that could travel the ancient starry sky. We, who had always been extremely confident, realized that we were as weak as ants in their hands. They enslaved us and treated us like livestock. A hint of grief and indignation appeared in the red-robed mummy's eyes. Even so, we were still unyielding. We gathered the power of almost all the saints and started a battle against them. At this point, he slowly looked around. And the outcome is the tombstones in front of you. Luo, Tinya, and Li Ying revealed expressions of extreme shock. They had never understood this tortuous and tragic history. If they had not heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed that there was such a chaotic scene in history. Luo Tinya said in a deep voice, "Did you guys win?" Chapter 1005. No. The red-robed corpse shook his head lightly. To be precise, it can't be considered a complete victory. His body had already weathered to his thighs. In that battle back then, all the human powerhouses were killed or injured. Although half of their strength was destroyed, they could still summon more powerhouses. What happened after that? Li Ying was extremely nervous. Although she could tell from the current prosperity of Earth that there seemed to be a turning point in the battle, she could not help but feel her heart in her throat. The red-robed corpse said with difficulty, just as the celestial burial planet was in danger, the heavenly Tao collapsed. Yi Chen and the Patriarch of Hell looked at each other as soon as they heard that. They saw waves in each other's eyes. Any world would form a world consciousness over a long period of time. Everything had life, and the world was the same. This consciousness was the heavenly Tao. However, before that, the two of them had discovered the secret of the heavenly Tao on Earth. What is the heavenly Tao? Li Ying asked again. The heavenly Tao. The red-robed corpse looked up at the sky and then down at the ground. The heavenly Tao is everywhere. The heavenly Tao is everything. The heavenly Tao is the will of all living beings. On that day, a woman descended from the sky. She was the one who wiped out the enemy from the outer realm that descended to this world. As he slowly narrated, Li Ying and Luo Tinya's faces were filled with shock. What kind of woman could rely on her own strength to wipe out the enemy from the outer realm that almost wiped out all the Almighties on Earth? No one could see this woman's appearance clearly. Every time she killed someone, a crack would appear on her body. In the end, her entire body would shatter into countless pieces. The red-robed corpse shed tears of sorrow. Her fragments are floating in every corner of the world. sealing all the passages from the outer realm to the celestial burial planet. Looks like this woman is the heavenly Tao. The patriarch of hell took a deep breath in and said, there were many heavenly Tao in the universe. Although the heavenly Tao was the most powerful in its own world, it could kill anyone who challenged its might, and it could also send due to save the world. However, the heavenly Tao was also restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. The biggest restriction was that the heavenly Tao could not interfere with karma. The so-called karma was like the beginning and the end. It was the essence of the Tao, the inevitable trend of the evolution of heaven and earth. It could be understood that the heavenly Tao existed because of the heaven and earth. Thus, the heavenly Tao had to abide by the rules of the heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would be denying the meaning of its existence. Therefore, once the heavenly axiom violated the rules of the world, it was equivalent to a plane that had its self-destruct sequence activated. Even though it could display great power before it self-destructed, it could not escape the fate of self-destruction in the end. Yi Qin said, "What happened after that?" Then the red-robed mummy's face twitched violently. Later on, as that woman shattered, the fragments scattered all over the place formed 9 stone steels that will forever guard my celestial burial planet. His body had already eroded up to his neck. Our celestial burial planet was saved from danger, but there was a traitor among us. The saints of the 9 clans secretly joined forces with the remnants of the 6 nations to steal the 5 stone steels. They betrayed us and escaped from the celestial burial planet. 9 families. Yi Qin squinted slightly. This was not the first time he had heard of this term. The last time he heard about it was from Ing himself. The reason why Ing was suppressed was also because of the 9 great clans. I don't have much time left. The red-robed mummy was eroding faster and faster, and he spoke faster and faster. Fellow, we've lost 5 of the 9 stone steels. The seal between my celestial burial planet and the outer realm is probably going to lose its effect soon. The great calamity of the world is coming soon, fellow. You must find the heart of heavenly Tao. Back then, she left the news of the heart of heavenly Tao at the bottom of Fengdu. Only by finding the heart of heavenly Tao, as soon as he finished speaking, the red-robed mummy was completely eroded, like red sand drifting around the world with the cold wind. What can I do? Yi Qin reached out to grab it by instinct, but he realized that he could not grab anything. Li Ying said in a trembling voice, "He's dead?" "He's long dead." The patriarch of hell sighed softly. What happened just now was just an obsession of this person. I can't help but admire an obsession that can last for 2,000 years. Let's go. Yi Qin did not hesitate anymore. He led everyone along the end of the road to the netherworld. The news of the heart of heavenly Tao was at the bottom of Fengdu. That should be the 18th level of hell. However, the confusion in his heart grew. Logically speaking, the heavenly Tao was only a will of the world and not a person. Where did the heart of heavenly Tao come from? Moreover, as long as this world was not destroyed, no matter how many people died, it had nothing to do with the heavenly Tao. Why did she still attack? Thinking to this point, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He could not help but send a voice transmission to the Patriarch of Hell. "Patriarch, have you heard of the world origin fetus?" The Patriarch of Hell stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes. "Fellow Yi, are you saying that Earth's heavenly Tao wants to advance to the world origin fetus?" The moment Yi Qin spoke, the Patriarch reacted. Yi Qin nodded lightly when he met his gaze. "That's right. If I'm not wrong, Earth's heavenly Tao should want to advance Earth from a minor kiliacosm to a medium kiliacosm. There were thousands of worlds in this world, but they could be classified into 3 types. The first was the minor kiliacosm, the second was the medium kiliacosm, and the third was the major kiliacosm. The heavenly Tao of the minor kiliacosm was also known as the world spirit fetus. The heavenly Tao of the medium kiliacosm was the world origin fetus, and the major kiliacosm was called the chaos holy fetus. Fellow Yi is indeed knowledgeable. The Patriarch of Hell took a deep look at him, and a storm surged in his heart. Even he had only found out about such a secret by chance. However, Yi Qin, a native of the minor kiliacosm, actually knew about the minor kiliacosm and the medium kiliacosm. How could he not be shocked? If that's the case, the Patriarch of Hell said slowly, Earth's heavenly Tao walks the path of merit and faith in a futile attempt to advance to the world origin fetus. It seems like she's already halfway there. It seemed like there was only a difference of one word for the world spirit fetus to become the world origin fetus, but in reality it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. From the world spirit fetus to the world origin fetus, there were 3 conditions. The first was to condense a stellar core over a long period of time. The stellar core could replace the heavenly Tao to monitor the world, and the condensation of the stellar core was equivalent to weakening the heavenly Tao's strength. The second condition was that the heavenly Tao had to endure the pain to separate a trace of consciousness, allowing this consciousness to enter reincarnation and reincarnate as a human, enduring all kinds of hardships. Finally, the heavenly Tao itself had to experience death, just like a phoenix's nirvana, and finally be reborn from the ashes. None of the 3 conditions could be missing. As long as any one of them could not be met, the consequence would be the heavenly Tao itself collapsing, and its consciousness would turn into nothingness. Yi Qin and the Patriarch of Hell said at the same time as they thought to this point, the heart of the heavenly Tao is that stellar core. P.S. Chapter 3 will continue tomorrow. Chapter 1006. At the end of the road to the underworld was the village viewing platform. It was said that before ghosts entered the King of Hell's hall to await judgment, they would look back at their hometown. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yi Qin and the rest rushed to the village viewing platform. The sky was still dark as if it was late at night. The so-called village viewing platform was actually just an ancient stone platform that stood among the many ancient buildings. 3 ancient words were written on it. Silence. Everything was so quiet, as if the entire village viewing platform was a dead city. The group kept looking around. Li Ying frowned and said, That's strange. Where are the people who got here before us? After the changes in the saint's tomb and the 4 mummies attacked them, everyone else who entered Fengdu fled along the end of the road to the underworld apart from them. However, they were nowhere to be seen. The Patriarch of Hell shook his head slightly. They must have gone deeper. After all, this village viewing platform isn't the end. However, Yi Qin did not say a word. He lifted his head and squinted at the sky. There was a faint gleam in his eyes. Fellow Yi, what are you looking at? The Patriarch of Hell was puzzled. Nothing. Let's go. Yi Qin did not explain. Instead, he took another look at the dark sky and led everyone through the village viewing platform. For some reason, he had a feeling that someone was spying on him in the dark. However, when he extended his divine consciousness, he did not find anything wrong. After passing the village viewing platform, they arrived at the King of Hell's hall, Yama Palace. All ghosts would have to go through this trial, because this was where the Yama kings of the 10 palaces made their final conclusions about the past of a ghost. Those who had committed great crimes would naturally be sent to the 18th level of hell. As for those who had never committed any crimes and were righteous and kind, they would naturally be arranged to be reincarnated. The King of Hell's hall in the scenic spot of Fengdu was considered to be in line with the fantasies of the world. It was a rather awe-inspiring hall with a huge platform. The platform seemed to be a throne, and the stone wall behind it was engraved with all sorts of ferocious ghost patterns. Everything made people feel as if they had really arrived at the legendary King of Hell's hall when they were in such an environment. At that moment, there were more than 10 people gathered in the hall. As Yi Qin and the rest walked in, these people looked at them at the same time. There was deep shock in their eyes. Clearly, they did not expect Yi Qin and the rest to escape from the tiger's den after the 4 saint corpses mutated. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would discover that all of them were injured. Some of them even had expressions of exhaustion and fear. Ling couldn't help but ask, "What have you experienced?" "Greetings, Seiji." A quasi-saint cupped his fists and said with a bitter smile, "We were attacked by unknown creatures along the way, and half of us died." An unknown creature? Yi Chen was surprised. Not bad. Another person stood out and said, "They hide in the black fog and move like evil spirits. They are shapeless and formless, catching people off guard." Isn't this a tourist attraction? How could the unknown creature in the black fog of the tomb of all saints be so strange? Could it really be the legendary Fingdu? Many people began to discuss with each other. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they regretted entering this place. "Look, what's that?" At this moment, someone cried out in surprise. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw a black book on an ancient table. It seemed to be able to absorb one's mind. The words Book of Life and Death were faintly written on it. Book of Life and Death? It's the legendary Book of Life and Death? Why would there be a Book of Life and Death here? It can't be. Could it be that someone placed it here on purpose to scare us? Everyone stared at the black book. For a moment, it was extremely noisy, but no one dared to go forward. "Palace Master, is there really a Book of Life and Death in this world?" Li Ying approached Yi Chen by instinct and said with an unnatural expression, "Don't go over." Yi Chen shook his head lightly, but his gaze never left the black book. He could sense a cold aura from it. "I'd like to see if it's really the Book of Life and Death." One of them scoffed and quickly walked forward. He picked up the black book on the table with one hand and began to size it up. However, his body could not stop trembling. His eyes were dull and his pupils sunken as if he had seen something terrifying. What's wrong with him? "Brother Hongji, are you all right?" Everyone was shocked by his reaction. Bang! Hongji suddenly shuddered and put the Book of Life and Death back in his hand. He turned around and said, "The Book of Life and Death says that I can live to be 341 years old and will die from chi deviation. How old are you now?" Someone asked with a smile. Hong Ji's pupils constricted as he stammered. "Today is my 341 birthday," the person who spoke earlier smirked in disdain. "Doesn't that mean you're going to die today?" "It also says that I can only transfer my death to someone else if I kill someone on the spot." Hong Ji also laughed. "What a scam." Another person called Chu Yi smiled and picked up the Book of Life and Death. He flipped through a few pages and started reading. "I'd like to see when I'll die, ha ha ha." He then laughed out loud. "It says that I'll die from poison today and die without a complete corpse. It also says that I can only survive if I cut off my left arm." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a scream. He subconsciously turned around to look. He saw that Hong Ji's aura had suddenly become chaotic and his expression was one of extreme pain. There were faint signs that his body was about to explode. Chi deviation? Did he really go berserk? How is this possible? Wasn't he fine just now? Everyone was shocked and subconsciously took a few steps back. Hong Ji was also shocked. He immediately sat down and adjusted his breathing, as if he wanted to resolve the violent yuan qi in his body. Bang! The next moment, under everyone's horrified gazes, Hong Ji's body suddenly exploded with a loud bang, turning into a cloud of blood mist. An incomparably violent energy splattered in all directions. Dead silence. The scene was dead silent. A sage-to-be had died just like that. Furthermore, it was due to inexplicable chi deviation. What kind of joke was this? Hong Ji was a sage-to-be. His understanding of cultivation had already reached the point of perfection. How could he make such a low-level mistake, like chi deviation? However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Chu Yi, who had just finished reading the Book of Life and Death, was completely stunned. How is this possible? Chu Yi roared hysterically. He then exerted force in his palm and crushed the Book of Life and Death in his hand. turning it into countless fragments that fell to the ground. However, the next scene caused everyone's expressions to completely change. Chapter 1007. Coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Chu Yi laughed maniacally as wisps of black gas suddenly appeared on his left arm. The black gas quickly spread in all directions. Not long after, Chu Ye's body was completely covered by the black gas and began to rot. Even his bones were no exception. In just a few breaths of time, a pool of rotten flesh and pus appeared on the ground, emitting an extremely foul stench. Another quasi-saint died on the spot. It's the bone poison. The sword-wielding old man took a step forward and looked at the pus and blood on the ground. His expression changed drastically. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Is that book really the Book of Life and Death?" However, no one answered him. They were all shocked by the deaths of 2 people in a row. The book said that the first Hong Ji would die from qi deviation, so he really died. Then it said that Chu Yi would die from poison. Chu Yi was really poisoned to death in front of everyone. How could this not be strange? How could it not be terrifying? They did not know if that book was the Book of Life and Death, but they were sure that if the Book of Life and Death said someone would die, it would most likely happen unless they followed the instructions. Fellow Yi, there's something wrong with that book. The Patriarch of Hell took a deep breath in and said secretly through voice transmission. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Meanwhile, Li Ying, Luo Tianya, and the rest beside him had unnatural expressions on their faces. Clearly, they were shocked by the scene earlier. Fortunately, that book has been destroyed. Someone heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the fragments of the Book of Life and Death on the ground suddenly floated up and formed a series of words in midair. LV Chongqing will self-destruct today unless he disperses his cultivation on the spot and cripples his cultivation base. This sudden scene shocked everyone once again. An old man with a rosacea nose in the crowd immediately collapsed to the ground. I didn't read it. Why am I involved? Immediately after, his body began to swell up like a balloon that could explode at any time. No, I don't want to die. I want to go back alive. The old man with rosacea almost died from shock. Without saying a word, he roared towards the sky, and thunderous explosions sounded from his body. In the end, he chose to destroy his own cultivation. Plop! After destroying his own cultivation, he fell heavily to the ground. His body gradually shriveled, and in the blink of an eye he had aged dozens of years. But in the end he did not die. Seeing this scene, no one spoke, but the shock in their hearts could not be erased no matter how hard they tried. The old man with rosacea, LV Chongqing, was the only one who survived the prophecy in the book. The only way he survived was to complete the instructions in the book. The sword-wielding elder's expression gradually darkened. What exactly is this thing? Even though he had lived for hundreds of years, this was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. Before anyone could react, the fragments of the book once again formed countless words, like a reincarnation of a nightmare. Qi Tiancheng will die from the exhaustion of his soul, unless the last person who entered this place is killed. Feng Qingxi will die from the power of the curse, unless the last person who entered this place is killed. Yuan Mingda will die at the hands of the heart demon, unless the last person who entered this place is killed. Yi Wushuang will die by his own sword, unless the last person who entered this place is killed. Luo Tianya will die by the natural disaster, unless the last person who entered this place is killed. The Patriarch of Hell, Li Ying, this time the words in the air predicted everyone's fate apart from Yi Chen. Even Yi Wushuang, Luo Tianya, the Patriarch of Hell, Li Ying, and the rest were no exception. At that moment, countless gazes looked at Yi Chen at the same time. Their eyes flickered with different emotions. It was because Yi Chen was the last person to enter the King of Hell. Li Ying stammered, "How did this happen?" Interesting. Even I was included in this. The Patriarch of Hell looked at the words in the air with a cold smile on his face. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's expressionless face. So, you finally revealed your true intentions? At that moment, the dozen or so people beside them could not help but walk toward Yi Chen and the rest. Luo Tianya took a step out and stood in front of Yi Chen to protect him. He said coldly, "What are you guys doing?" "What are we doing?" Qi Tiancheng, who was in the crowd, predicted coldly that we're going to die unless we kill Yi here. "Say Ji, I'm sorry. Everyone just wants to live." A quasi-saint named Feng Qingxi's gaze was extremely cold. Although Li Ying was a little afraid, she still stood firmly next to Yi Chen. "It's just a prophecy. Did you guys take it seriously? Where's your intelligence? Everyone here has cultivated for hundreds of years. None of us are fools. Even if someone is controlling and sowing discord behind the scenes, it's meaningless." Yuan Mingda smiled bitterly and said, "Two people have already died before us. We have no choice but to do this. Say Ji, sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 people attacked at the same time. Waves of terrifying origin energy enveloped the entire main hall. It was like a dozen overflowing rivers attacking Yi Chen. "You idiots!" Luo Tianya was furious. With a flash, he took the initiative to charge forward. Die! Yi Wushuang did not say anything else. He charged forward with his white clothes and slashed with his sword mercilessly. He did not care about schemes. He only believed that anyone who dared to attack Yi Chen would be his enemy. Get lost! Yi Chen slapped a quasi-saint who was getting close to him away. Subsequently, he took a step out and charged at the words in the air directly. "I'd like to see who's scheming against me today." He stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed the densely packed words in the air. However, just as his hand was about to touch it, the words in the air suddenly gathered together and turned into a ghost face. The ghost face was extremely ferocious. It seemed to be crying and laughing, but it also seemed to be filled with resentment. "All of you must die. All of you must die here." After saying that, the ghost face turned into a ray of dark light and flew into the distance. It was extremely fast, like a ghost in the night. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Chen performed teleportation directly and leaped 300 meters away with a single step. He slapped the ghost face with his palm. The ghost face was shocked as well. It seemed like it did not expect Yi Chen to be so fast. Bang! The ghost face was shattered with a single slap. However, the shattered parts condensed into more than 10 ghost faces again. These ghost faces turned into more than 10 rays of dark light that shot out from all directions of Fengdu. Trying to play the cicada shedding shell trick? Yi Chen smiled in disdain when he saw that. As the 2 golden flames in his eyes jumped, he charged at the ghost face in the north. Chapter 1008. It had to be said, the ghostly face's technique was not ordinary. Every time Yi Chen caught up to it and smashed it, it would turn into countless ghostly faces and run separately, disturbing Yi Chen's vision. In just an hour, Yi Chen chased it from the King of Hell all the way to the 18th level of Hell. However, when he reached the 18th level of Hell, the ghostly face disappeared from his sight. Even his divine consciousness could not sense it. Instead, when he extended his spirit sense, he saw 4 familiar figures in the sawing hell. The 4 of them wore black armor and were covered in corpse energy. All of them had green faces and fierce fangs. They were Ying's 4 subordinates. At that moment, the 4 of them were attacking a door, crazily. The stone door did not budge under the attacks of the 4 drought demons. What confused Yi Chen was, he did not see any trace of Ying. Thinking to this point, he took a step forward. The 4 drought demons who were attacking the stone door, crazily, sensed it at that moment. They turned around and looked at Yi Chen with vigilance. Qin Jian, who was the leader, bared his fangs and said with faint hostility, "Why are you here?" Where's Ying? Yi Chen did not answer the question. Bai Xian, who was among the four, said coldly, "My master's whereabouts have nothing to do with you. Yi, if you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Who are you to restrict where I want to stay?" Yi Chen smiled lightly. "You're courting death." Bai Xian flew into a rage and roared. The corpse energy on his body increased by several times as he charged at Yi Chen with his powerful body. "Get lost!" Yi Chen threw a slap at him. Bai Xian was sent flying and smashed heavily onto the stone wall. The armor on his body shattered and his face turned pale. The other two's expressions turned cold and they were about to attack. "Stop!" At that moment, Qin Jian suddenly stopped them and looked at Yi Chen. "Mad Southerny, are you going to go against us?" After suffering a loss at Yi Chen's hands last time, he regarded Yi Chen as a powerhouse on the same level as his master. Therefore, he knew that even if the four of them attacked together, they were no match for Yi Chen. "Tell me where Ying is," Yi Chen said calmly. He thought that he was very good at reading people. But if he couldn't see through a person, then that was Ying. This person was an ancient emperor when he was alive, and after his death he was suppressed by the saints of the 9 families for 1,000 years. Now that he was free, everything he did was beyond his expectations. Qin Jian subconsciously looked at the stone door in front of him. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Yi Chen lifted his head to look at the stone door that looked like the dragon severing platform after seeing his expression. He squinted and said, "Is the winner inside the stone door?" As soon as he said that, Qin Jian's pupils constricted slightly, and then he said, "That's right, the Lord is indeed within the stone door. I think he's trapped inside." Yi Chen glanced at him wryly. "Otherwise, why didn't he bring you guys along? Why would you guys attack the stone door with all your might?" As expected of Mad Southerny, Qin Jian no longer hid it. Master was sucked in by this stone door. Seeing that he didn't come out, we attacked the stone door. "What's behind the stone door?" Yi Chen asked. "We're not sure about that," Yi Chen said again. "Why did you guys come to Fengdu?" "Do you think we'll tell you?" Qin Jian smirked coldly. Yi Chen took a good look at the four of them after hearing that. He then walked to the stone door and extended his hand. He placed it gently on the stone door. At that moment, the motionless stone door suddenly emitted a strange light. After that, countless tadpole-like words flowed out of the stone door. "Seal, it's actually a seal." Yi Chen was surprised. "Moreover, it's a seal set up by all the saints." "That's right, it's indeed a seal. It seems to be preventing outsiders from entering. What we don't understand is why Master was sucked in." Qin Jian was also puzzled. "I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to break the seal set up by all the saints in the past." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said while chuckling softly, "Unfortunately, as time has corroded, the power of this seal has become very faint." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a strange seal with both hands and slammed it heavily on the stone door. "Break!" It was the great 5 elements restriction breaking technique. Rumble. At that instant, the entire hall trembled violently, and even Qin Jian and the others were on the verge of losing their balance. Boom! The stone door that they were unable to break let out a rumble before it slowly opened, as if there was a hand pulling at it from within. At the same time, a rotten smell slowly flowed out from the stone door. Yi Chen took a step in. Qin Jian and the rest were about to follow, but they saw the stone door close again. No matter how they attacked, it did not budge. "Damn it!" Bai Xian gritted his teeth in anger. "Will that Yi attack the Lord?" "Do you think he's a match for the Lord?" Qin Jian smirked coldly. The moment he stepped through the stone door, Yi Chen could clearly sense an extremely powerful spatial fluctuation. It was like when one took an elevator for the first time. One would feel dizzy due to spatial movement. Yi Chen could only see his surroundings clearly after the feeling of space disappeared. What he saw was a foggy world. Occasionally, spirits would flash across the sky, and a deathly gloom enveloped everything. Is this an independent space? A gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He recognized the uniqueness of where he was at a glance. At that moment, many spirits attacked him. However, they were shattered by the true origin energy fluctuations on Yi Chen's body before they could get close to him. "You're here." A black figure appeared in the distance. The other party was wearing a black dragon robe, and his face was dignified without being angry. It was Ing. Yi Chen was not surprised at all. "You knew I would come?" "Of course." Ing gradually walked closer and stopped when he was less than 10 steps away from him. His body surged with Yin dragon energy. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Why did you wait for me?" Yi Chen frowned. Ing Ding Ding looked at him and admitted it openly. "Because I want to take something. Only if we work together will there be a glimmer of hope." "Something? Could it be a star nucleus separated from the heavenly Tao?" Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He said calmly, "What do you want? How can you be sure that I will join forces with you?" Ing shook her head and did not answer the question. "The forbidden ancient desolate lands tablet is with you, right?" Yi Chen's expression finally changed when he heard that you know about the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet too? "Not only do I know the forbidden ancient desolate lands tablet." Ing stood with his hands behind his back. His lips moved slightly as he spoke again. "I also know that you've been to the ancient barren world. Even your wife and your parents went there." As his voice fell, intense killing intent flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. "Ing, you know too much." Chapter 1009. Inside the huge secluded space, Yi Chen and Ing stood opposite each other. Killing intent surged in the former's eyes, while the latter looked calm as if he did not sense the killing intent. Under such a fierce killing intent, the ghosts that were wandering in the surroundings actually retreated in unison and didn't dare to come within a 3-kilometer radius. "Win, you know too much." Yi Chen's long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The 2 golden flames in his eyes danced violently as if they were going to burst out of his eyes. Apart from Shang Santian entering the world, he had never had such a great, killing intent like this. Not only did Ing know that he had the forbidden ancient barren realm tablet, but he had also been to the ancient barren realm. He even knew that Su Yuhan and the others had gone there. It was one of the few secrets in Yi Chen's heart. But now it had been exposed by the other party. How could he not be filled with killing intent? Ing stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, "I once served in the sea, so I naturally know a lot." He looked at Yi Chen and said again, "Do you know why the ancient desolate realm exists?" Yi Chen retracted the killing intent on his body slowly and said, while frowning, "The ancient desolate realm is very unique. I realize that it's in a parallel space with Earth, but its cultivation system is much more advanced than Earth's." "Very simple," Ing said slowly, "because the ancient barren world is what we call the path of heaven. Since ancient times, people have broken through the void and flown away from Earth." When he spoke up to here, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. "It's just that ever since the great calamity of the world, the barrier between Earth and the outer realm was sealed by the heavenly Tao sacrifice, causing the 2 worlds to no longer be able to communicate with each other. The 9 clans were able to leave Earth because they stole the 5 divine sealed tablets left behind by the heavenly Tao." Yi Chen came to a realization. "You actually know about the divine seal monument." Ing looked at him with some surprise and nodded slightly. "That's right. The 9 steels have been guarding our Earth forever. We call them the heavenly strategies. Later, the remaining forces of the 9 clans and the 6 nations were shameless. They stole the 5 heavenly strategies and fled the Earth. Heavenly policy." Yi Chen's expression finally changed. He finally understood why he learned that there were many dynasties in the ancient barren world when he first went there. Everything was because of Tian Su. The so-called heavenly decree was a crucial item for establishing a dynasty of providence. It could absorb the providence of the world and suppress it. As the saying goes, the first is fate, the second is luck, the third is geomancy, the fourth is the cultivation of merit, the fifth is the study, the sixth is the name, the seventh is the symbol, the eighth is the worship of the gods, the ninth is the friendship of the nobles, and the 10th is the health. These 10 points determined a person's future. Among them, heaven's will, fate, and feng shui had the greatest influence on a person. They could even affect a dynasty or a country. The heavenly court that Yi Chen established in the immortal world was also inseparable from items that were similar to the heavenly strategy to suppress luck. However, such an existence was called the heavenly rules. It was not something that a mere heavenly strategy could compare to. Yi Chen could not help but say, as he thought to this point, in other words, the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet in my hand is also a heaven policy. Of course, Ing said, but don't worry, I won't take your forbidden ancient desolate lands tablet. There's something I don't understand. What's your relationship with the ancient barren world's great Qin? Yi Chen looked at him with a burning gaze. As soon as this was said, Ing immediately fell silent. Back then, I tried to suppress the 9 great sects and the various sects for the great Qin to use. Therefore, I tried to establish a dynasty of providence, but I failed in the end. A few seconds later, he said, so you can understand that the ancient barren world's great Qin is my old subordinate. It was formed because of my ambition. Do you know a child called Qian? Yi Chen's lips moved slightly. He finally could not help but ask what he wanted to ask the most. He was curious about Qian. His feelings were very complicated. When he first met this woman, she was still on the bustling street. He saw her barefoot, sallow, and skinny on the street. Later on, there are too many mysteries about this child that made him more and more puzzled. However, he was sure that this child should be the princess of the ancient barren world's great Qin. Later on, she seemed to have encountered a huge change and could only be transported to Earth on an ancient ship. Then the ancient ship was besieged by the Kunlun ruins and turned into a ghost ship. Qian. Ing was slightly stunned, as if he was at a loss. I've never heard of her. What's so special about this woman? Forget it, it's fine if you've never heard of her. Yi Chen took a good look at him. Seeing that he did not look like he was faking it, he did not dwell on it anymore. He then asked, what is it that you want me to work with you to obtain? He was testing him. He wanted to test if he knew what he wanted to obtain, and if it was the cosmic core left behind by the heavenly Tao before it died. It's a key. Ying's eyes flickered nonstop. He was unwilling to say more. If you're willing to help me, I can tell you the way to the ancient barren world. I can even do something for you in the future. A gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. You know the passage to the ancient barren world? Don't tell me it's that ghost ship. No. Ing shook his head and said there's another passage. As for where it is, I can't tell you yet. Yi Chen was silent for a few seconds. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he said slowly, all right, I can promise you. Very good, Mad Southerny. One day, you'll definitely rejoice in your choice today. Ing finally smiled. Then, he slowly raised his head to look at the dim sky. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. You've been watching for so long. You're really patient. Why aren't you coming out yet? An indifferent voice slowly rang out from his mouth, completely shaking this secluded space. As soon as he said that, Yi Chen lifted his head abruptly. His divine consciousness spread out from his mudball palace. You don't have to investigate anymore. Ing chuckled and said, this guy is a tumor that appeared after the heavenly Tao died back then. Even I can't sense his existence. I sense the aura of a huge soul. Yi Chen squinted slightly. 2 golden flames flickered in his eyes. You've been spying on me since I came in. You used a fake book of life and death to confuse everyone and try to get rid of me. Don't you plan to come out and meet me? TSK, the originally tranquil, claustrophobic space suddenly became restless. as if the sea was boiling. Meanwhile, the dim space above Yi Chen's head began to change drastically. It was like a huge black hole had appeared in the night sky. Buzz. Immediately after, an incomparably enormous soul pressure descended from the void. Following that, a huge face about 300 meters tall appeared in the void. The huge face seemed to be the face of a ghost, as if it was pieced together from countless faces of various sizes. It was filled with coldness and strangeness. The huge face rolled as it spoke slowly. "You're just an evil body of Emperor Qin. Since you know of my existence, how dare you provoke me?" "Provoke?" Ing let out a long roar. He bared his fangs and revealed his bone wings that covered the sky. "I'm the King of Man. I'll kill all enemies in the world, let alone a tumor like you formed from the resentment of countless foreign cultivators. P.S. The first chapter will be updated later. I'm attending a class reunion. I'll continue writing later when I get back. I might be late. I'm informing everyone. I hope you understand." Chapter 10:10. In the gray and hazy claustrophobic space. Following the appearance of the strange giant face that was nearly 100 feet in size, the numerous spirits that were lingering in the sealed space all prostrated themselves on the ground and began to tremble. It was as if they were unable to endure the spiritual pressure. "Devil." Yi Chen squinted and took a good look at the gigantic face above him. Not only that, it's an evil demon whose soul energy is on par with a god transformation stage. The so-called evil spirits were living beings that were born from the negative emotions of humans. They were formless and shapeless, yet they truly existed in the world, and they were immortal and indestructible. Thinking of this, his expression became somewhat solemn. No wonder Ing wanted to join hands with him. This demon's soul power was comparable to that of a deity transformation, Cultivator. After all, his spiritual sense was only at the early nascent soul stage. "That's right, it's an evil demon." Ing laughed mockingly and said, "According to what I know, although the human race suffered heavy casualties during the Great Calamity back then, more than half of the people in the outer realms were killed or injured. The souls of the dead and injured never stopped, and after so many years, they actually merged into an evil demon, a devil that contains the negative emotions of all the cultivators of the outer space." At this point, Ing narrowed his eyes and said, "In fact, the anomaly in Fengdu was caused by it, and its purpose was to absorb fresh souls. For so many years, its existence has been hidden from everyone." The giant face moved up and down in the air, looking down at Ing and Yi Chen coldly. "How did you find me?" It had been thousands of years. It had been enduring and keeping a low profile for thousands of years. Even the saints of the 9 clans had not noticed it back then. Back then, after you and the other alien cultivators died in battle on Earth, our Earth's powerhouses were worried that you would rise again from the dead. So we gathered your remnant souls and bodies and sealed them in the lowest level of Fengdu. Ing shook his head slightly. "You control the entire Fengdu, but you can't get out. Therefore, you even paid a price to cause a phenomenon in Fengdu to attract outsiders to come and explore." He smiled faintly. "Unfortunately, I found an inscription in Fengdu. This person was also a saint who was lured here by you. Before he died, he secretly left a message to inform the world of your existence." As Ing finished speaking, the huge face immediately fell silent, and its expression became more and more distorted. "So what? Even if you discover my existence, you won't be able to walk out alive, because I'm invincible in here." "Really?" Yi Chen scoffed and said, "If you're really invincible, why would you be afraid of me?" "I fear you?" The giant face surged, appearing fierce but cowardly at heart. "Of course." Yi Chen took a step forward and said, while standing with his hands behind his back, "Ever since I came in, you've been spying on me secretly. You even deceived others with a fake book of life and death so that they would attack me. Your goal is to eliminate me as a threat." "Nonsense." The huge face trembled and became even more ferocious. "Since the two of you insist on seeking death, Then I will fulfill your wish." The next moment, the giant face opened its mouth and spat out an incomparably huge soul storm. The storm was like a giant spinning top that suppressed Yi Chen and Ying. "Mad Southern Yi, what are you waiting for?" Ying looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. His body was filled with monstrous corpse chi, and a pair of sky-covering bone wings behind him suddenly flapped. "Let's fight." Yi Chen took a step out and clenched his fist slowly. Dazzling golden light bloomed from his mudball palace. Spirit refinement art condense! As he shouted softly, dazzling divine light shot out from his eyes. Invisible divine will condensed in front of him, and a divine hammer appeared in the air. It was the manifestation of divine will. The moment Yi Chen held the divine hammer lightly, 9 rays of divine light erupted from the hammer. As he took a step into the air, the divine hammer in his hand suddenly expanded to over 30 meters in size. It directly blasted through space and ruthlessly smashed towards the soul storm that was approaching him. The two of them used their true strength as soon as they attacked. The terrifying power that erupted in that instant almost crushed this space. Boom! Ying's figure then turned into a purplish-black shadow that shot into the sky. "I'm a zombie. I've long been abandoned by the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. I have a soul, but no soul. Your soul attack is useless against me." In the face of the ferocious soul storm, Ying was unmoved. He shot towards the giant face without any hindrance. Roar! With a furious roar, Ying's fangs expanded and golden flames erupted from his body endlessly, dyeing the entire space golden. If one took a closer look, they would discover that his body was covered in golden dragon scales, and his hands were like a pair of monstrous dragon claws. Swoosh! After he arrived below the giant face, he stretched out a hand, and a dragon claw that was 30 meters long pierced through. In the end, it landed on the giant face at lightning speed. Whoosh! Immediately after, a visible energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the dragon claw and pierced through the giant face. Roar! The giant face roared, its voice filled with extreme pain. The ferocious expression on the pierced face was extremely intense. "Be *starred, how dare you injure me? I'll tear you into pieces." Then it opened its huge mouth and swallowed Ying. At this moment, a giant divine hammer that glowed with 9 rays of divine radiance smashed over. Rumble! The space shook, and the giant face let out a shrill scream. Under the hammer, it was forcefully smashed into a pancake face, and its facial features were completely distorted. Devil domain, devour everything. Rumble! Viscous demonic energy surged out of his body crazily. It charged at Yi Chen and crazily as if it could engulf heaven and earth. Bang! Ying was the first to be sent flying by the demonic energy storm. A trace of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the skin on his dragon claws was lacerated. Yi Chen let out a grunt as well. The giant face had clearly gone mad. It sacrificed the soul power in its body to activate the demonic energy, wanting to completely destroy this secluded space. "What a pity!" Ying coughed softly and said regretfully, "If I could fuse with my avatar, it would be much easier to deal with such a spirit body." He was a zombie, and his greatest advantage was his physical body. His speed was also his advantage, but the giant face was a spirit body. Even if he used his full strength, he could not severely injure it. "Are you going to risk your life?" Determination flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. The giant face had the mental power of a god, transformation stage cultivator, while he was only at the beginner stage nascent soul. The difference between the two was huge. Unless he could burn a portion of his soul power to stimulate his mudball palace and increase his divine consciousness, he might be able to get rid of it. However, if that was the case, his divine consciousness would definitely fall into a period of weakness, and he might even drop in cultivation level. If Ying, the uncertain factor, attacked him at this moment, a jade green light suddenly shot out from his body and shot towards the giant face like lightning. Chapter 10:11. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the dark green light was only the size of a palm. It seemed to be a furry little fellow. Ghost child. Yi Chen was shocked by the sudden scene. Who else could that dark green light be but Ghost Child? He did not expect Ghost Child to dare to take the initiative to face the giant face under such circumstances. One had to know that the other party was a soul formation cultivator. What's that? Ing was also slightly stunned. At the next moment, just as Ghost Child was about to approach the giant face in the air, he suddenly stopped. Then his body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, he had grown from the size of a palm to a height of 15 meters, like a dark green, glaring Vajra. Every strand of his hair was as smooth and shiny as a steel needle. A golden vertical eye appeared between his brows. The vertical eye was closed. Transformation technique? Yi Chen was shocked when he saw that Ghost Child mutated. He advanced after swallowing the hungry ghost earlier. Roar! Before the two of them could react, Ghost Child, whose body had expanded, stared at the giant face. The golden vertical eye between his brows began to wriggle. As the golden vertical eye opened, a ray of golden light shot out from it and directly attacked the giant face. TSK? Tis the golden ray that seemed to be only as thick as a fist pierced through the giant face. Then, the giant face let out an incomparably shrill scream. What is this? What is this? The giant face roared continuously. It was horrified because the golden ray earlier could actually restrain it. It was as if a sense of danger came from the depths of its soul. What shocked it even more was that 3 rays of green light suddenly shot out of Ghost Child's 3 nostrils. No. The giant face was terrified and wanted to hide its body. However, before it could react, it was tightly wrapped by the 3 rays of green light, as if it was tied up by 3 ropes. Let me go! Let me go! At this point, it finally began to feel afraid. Its words actually became soft because it understood that it might really be killed today. Ghost Child did not seem to hear its pleas for mercy. His 3 nostrils inhaled sharply, and the huge face rushed toward him, its body rapidly shrinking. In the end, it shrank to the size of an egg. Ghost Child suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed it. A demon of the soul formation stage was killed just like that. Yi Chen and Ing could not snap back to their senses for a long time. Ghost Child burped and shrunk to the size of a palm again. He then landed on Yi Chen's shoulder, his eyes rolling around. Yi Chen heaved a sigh of relief and said in surprise, "Little guy, you really surprised me." Ghost Child jumped a few times on Yi Chen's shoulder. He then opened his mouth and spat out a purple bead the size of a pigeon egg into Yi Chen's hand slowly. The purple bead surged with soul power. This is its soul core. Yi Chen was stunned at first. Then, ecstasy flashed across his face. The soul pill that contains 60% of the soul formation stage evil demon's soul power. You want to give it to me? Yi Chen glanced at it with a rather emotional expression. One must know that if he absorbed this soul pill, his divine consciousness power would be enough to rise from beginner stage nascent soul to perfected nascent soul. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ghost Child jumped around on his shoulder, waving his hands and feet from time to time. He seemed to be saying that he could not eat anymore and wanted Yi Chen to accept it. All right, I owe you a favor. Yi Chen smiled and put the soul pill away. He then looked around in the blink of an eye, but he realized that Ing was gone. As expected of the Eternal Emperor, Yi Chen smirked coldly. Subsequently, his divine consciousness spread out. As the huge face was devoured by Ghost Child, his soul power was the most powerful in this space. Therefore, this space was completely enveloped by his divine consciousness. So it's there. Yi Chen squinted slightly. His divine consciousness sensed Ying's whereabouts immediately. Then he took a step and stepped into the void directly. In the void of the dark space stood a huge, dark, golden ancient hall. The ancient hall seemed to be floating in the void, and it was 300 meters tall. When Yi Chun landed on the golden stone steps that led to the ancient hall, the space before him shook. Then 4 figures descended. It was Qin Jian and the other 3 drought demons. Yi Chun squinted and said, "What? The 4 of you want to stop me? Mr. Yi, don't forget your agreement with my master." Qin Jian took a step forward and said, while cupping his fists. Yi Chun said with a cold smirk, "I do have an agreement with him. However, that's to kill that evil demon together. It doesn't mean that I'm willing to be used as a tool. If Mr. Yi insists on barging in, then please forgive us." Qin Jian's expression turned grim before he got into formation. The 3 drought demons behind him also drew their swords and stood. They stared at Yi Chun coldly. At that moment, an extremely mocking voice was heard. "You're bullying me with your numbers, aren't you?" Subsequently, a few figures rushed over quickly. It was the Patriarch of Hell, Yi Wushuang, and the rest. After the evil demon died, the secluded space was exposed to the Patriarch's senses. The expressions of Qin Jian and the rest changed slightly. However, they remained motionless as if they had made up their minds to stop Yi Chun outside. Just as both sides were about to fight, Ying's voice was heard slowly, "Wait." Then, under everyone's gaze, a dignified man wearing a dragon robe and a flat crown slowly walked out of the ancient hall. It was Ying who had disappeared. At that moment, his appearance had changed drastically. He held a long sword in his hand. The long sword stirred up the wind and clouds, emitting dense dragon energy. The words Tea, sword, could be faintly seen on it. The Patriarch of Hell's eyes lit up because all the items on Ying's body were spirit treasures, be it the dragon robe or the crown, especially the Tea sword. It was comparable to the royal killing sword. Ying stood with the sword in his hand and looked at Yi Chun fixedly. "This is a small world that I opened up when I was alive. Everything I collected is from when I was alive. Are you going to fight me for it? Your so-called collection is really extraordinary." Yi Chun took a good look at the Tea sword in his hand and said, "You said that you're here to look for a key. Where's the key now?" "This is the key I'm looking for." Ying waved his sleeve and a spiritual gleam was thrown at Yi Chun. It was a key that was about the length of a chopstick. The material was unpredictable. It was dark gold and looked like wood or bone. There was also a faint metallic luster. The words "Immortal Qin" were written on the tablet. "Mad Southern Yi," Ying suddenly said, "Do you know why I was suppressed by the 9 schools after I unified the 6 countries and swept through the world? Because of this?" Yi Chun looked at the key in his hand. Chapter 10:12. "You guessed right," Ying said slowly, "because I once sent people to search for the 3 immortal mountains. Although I didn't find the 3 immortal mountains, I found an ancient ruin." He took a deep breath in and said, "This ruin has an inheritance that can destroy the world. I call it the Immortal Qin ruin." Immortal Qin? Yi Chun's eyes flickered. It was not the first time he had heard that name. Pre-Qin and Immortal Qin seemed to have the same pronunciation, but the meaning they represented was different. "That's Immortal Qin." Ying nodded slightly. "I want to use the Immortal Qin ruin to build the Great Qin Empire into the Immortal Qin Empire. Naturally, I need to suppress the sects and families. This is also why the 9 schools and the 6 countries view me as enemies." At this point, he continued, "Before I was suppressed by the 9 schools, I ordered people to send the Immortal Qin treasure into the void and prepared 2 keys. One is the Yin key, and the other is the Yang key. Only by combining the Yin key and the Yang key can we open the Immortal Qin treasure." "Where is the Immortal Qin treasure?" Yi Chun said, "I don't know either." Ying shook his head and said, "That's why I want to retrieve the Yin key from you and find a way to find the whereabouts of the Immortal Qin treasure." He looked at Yi Chun with a burning gaze. "If you work with me, you can have half of the Immortal Qin treasure after this is done." "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Yi Chen rejected him immediately and returned the key to him. Putting aside the fact that the first emperor was an emperor throughout the ages, working with him was like asking a tiger for its skin. Just the first emperor's crazy thoughts when he was alive were not worth working with. Moreover, the first emperor was irreconcilable with the 9 schools. Yi Chen did not want to make more enemies because of this. After all, his current plan was to look for Su Yuhan and his parents. One day you'll understand my thoughts because you're the same kind of person as me. Ying was not angry when he rejected him. Instead, he smiled faintly and led Qin Jian and the rest away. After they disappeared, Li Ying said hesitantly, "You're letting them go just like that?" "Then what do you want? Don't tell me you want to fight the first emperor?" The Patriarch of Hell looked at her strangely. "What did you say?" Li Ying was stunned at first. Then she looked at the old ancestor in disbelief. He's the first emperor." The Patriarch of Hell could not be bothered with him. He walked straight to Yi Chen's side and looked in the direction where Ying and the rest left with a profound expression. "This person is different from the rumors. You felt it too?" Yi Chen's eyes flickered as a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "There's a hint of madness now, isn't there? Apart from a freak like you, I can't believe that Earth could give birth to such a hero." The Patriarch of Yellow Spring clicked his tongue. "Let's go. We should also go back." Yi Chen looked away and relaxed. This trip to Fengdu this time had allowed him to learn many secrets that had been covered in dust. Of course, the biggest reward was still the soul core, which was comparable to the soul power of a soul formation cultivator. That day, the Dragon King Hall and the group formed 2 groups to seal Fengdu, hiding the secret of Fengdu from the eyes of the world. As soon as he returned to the Star Group, Yi Chen announced that he was going into closed-door cultivation to focus on refining the soul core. On the other hand, the little girl, Meng Meng, was having a lot of fun. Ever since Lil Black transformed into a dragon, the little girl would ask Lil Black to carry her and fly high from time to time. Therefore, during the few days Yi Chen was in closed-door cultivation, many people in Tiannan often saw such a scene. There was a black dragon that was more than 30 meters long, flying around in the sky with a little girl on its back. Initially, many citizens thought that it was a demonic beast invasion. However, they were completely relieved after learning about the relationship between Lil Black and Yi Chen. On the 5th day of Yi Chen's closed-door cultivation, something strange happened again. Various countries detected through satellites that a female corpse in an ice coffin had drifted down from the moon and landed at the border between China and Myanmar. Why would an ice coffin female corpse float down from the moon? Could it be the legendary moon palace's Chang'e in Chinese mythology? It's said that the female corpse's face was extremely rosy and her skin was delicate. She didn't look like a dead person at all. Instead, she looked like a sleeping beauty. We must obtain this female corpse at all costs. I have a feeling that she has a big secret, and that ice coffin actually crossed the galaxy safely. One must know that even a meteorite would spontaneously combust if it fell at such a fast speed. For a moment, all the countries were in an uproar, and the leaders of many forces were moved. They held a meeting, and orders were passed down. The entire world was stirred because of the female corpse in the ice coffin. In the Star Group, Li Ziwei paced back and forth like an ant on a walk. "Ms. Yi, may I know how long it will take for the palace master to come out of closed-door cultivation?" "I don't know either." Yi Wen, who was dressed in plain clothes, shook her head slightly and said, "My brother said that we're not allowed to disturb him during his closed-door cultivation this time. If there's anything, let's wait until he comes out." "I'm afraid it's too late." Li Ziwei forced a smile and said, "Myanmar is in a mess right now. The powerhouses and forces from the other countries are fighting over the female corpse in the ice coffin. Our country is being targeted by the other countries, and we're now the target of everyone." At that moment, the Patriarch of Hell rushed over after hearing the news. He said in a low voice, "Why don't I see Li Girl?" The Deputy Palace Master is still in Myanmar. He lost contact with us half an hour ago. I don't know if he's dead or alive. Li Ziwei suppressed the worry in his heart and said, "That's why I want to ask the palace master to help. Is the situation that serious?" The patriarch of Hell frowned slightly. These barbarians from the Western countries really don't want to give up on China. At this moment, an incomparably terrifying divine sense invaded from all directions, causing the entire star building to tremble. At that moment, be it Yi Wen, Li Ziwei, and the rest, they all fell to the ground under the pressure of this soul. The patriarch of Hell even prostrated on the ground. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he looked shocked. Soul formation stage. It was actually a soul formation stage powerhouse. The patriarch was extremely familiar with this kind of pressure because, when he was still a soul formation cultivator, he often used his pressure to intimidate female cultivators. Thinking to this point, he could not help but take a deep breath in and said respectfully, "May I know which senior has come to my star group? If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." After saying that, his heart was in his throat. However, at the next moment, the oppressive aura dissipated in an instant. Before the patriarch could react, a faint and familiar laughter slowly appeared in his ears. "Patriarch, even if it's to welcome me out of closed-door cultivation, you don't have to be so polite." As the space rippled, a familiar figure slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. "Fellow Yi." The patriarch of Hell was elated. Subsequently, he seemed to have thought of something. His gaze at Yi Chen suddenly became extremely shocked. It's you." P.S. There are still 2 more chapters to the 3rd chapter. Let's eat first. I'll continue writing after eating. There are 5 chapters today. Don't worry, there's still time. I didn't even know how I came back last night because I drank a lot. Chapter 10-13. In Star Group, Yi Chen sat on the sofa and looked at Li Ziwei with a frown. "Are you saying that an ice coffin female corpse floated from the moon?" "Yes, Palace Master." Li Ziwei bowed slightly and nodded. He did not dare to hide anything and told Yi Chen everything. At the end of his sentence, he added, "In fact, this ice coffin female corpse has been floating in space for a long time. When Earth's spiritual energy recovered, it was detected by the satellites of various countries. At that time, many scientists predicted that she would land within 10 days. Then why did she only arrive now?" Yi Chen asked. "I'm not sure about that." Li Ziwei shook his head and said, "However, I heard that this ice coffin female corpse actually arrived above the Earth's ozone layer a long time ago. Later on, she seemed to have stopped moving and only officially landed today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen's brows relaxed slowly as he thought to himself, "It seems like this ice coffin female corpse encountered the world barrier when it was about to descend to Earth. However, with her arrival, doesn't that mean that the seal set up by the heavenly Tao before he died is on the verge of shattering?" Thinking to this point, he could not help but shake his head. The arrival of the ice coffin female corpse was not a good sign. If she could come, it meant that the group of foreign cultivators who had invaded Earth would also descend. After all, before the heavenly Tao died, 5 of the 9 divine monuments transformed from his body fragments were stolen by the 9 families. Coupled with the changes that occurred after the spiritual energy recovery, the seal's power was weakened again. Looks like I have to make a trip to the border to see where this so-called ice coffin female corpse came from. Yi Chen then stood up and looked at the Patriarch of Hell next to him. "Patriarch, do you dare to come with me?" The Patriarch rubbed his hands and chuckled. "I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. I can't wait to peel off the female corpse in that ice coffin and see if it's a woman." The ice coffin female corpse arrived at the border between China and Myanmar, and a shocking battle broke out at the border. In the face of the official statement of China, the powerhouses of the various countries turned a blind eye. They even openly attacked the Chinese on the border. The internet was also arguing nonstop about this matter. According to the latest news, the unrest caused by the female corpse in the ice coffin is getting more and more intense. So far, More than a dozen Chinese people living at the border have gone missing, and 8 or 9 of them are women. That's not all. Many Chinese powerhouses joined forces and landed on the border to declare China's sovereignty. A war broke out between the two sides, and many Chinese powerhouses died. I heard that the drug lord, General Chakai, is one of them. He has subdued a ferocious powerhouse. He's the one who killed many Chinese martial artists and even gave us the middle finger at the border. They're too arrogant. They're too arrogant. How dare these people cause trouble at the border of China? They're ignoring the billions of people in China. 3:00 in the afternoon. In the western part of southern Yunnan, there was a small city bordering Myanmar. Originally, people from both countries lived there, but after the incident, they were all heavily guarded. On a border that was less than 300 meters wide, many powerhouses were cursing at each other. The air was filled with a thick, murderous aura and the smell of blood. Chinese monkey, come at me if you have the guts. Weren't you guys filled with righteous indignation earlier? Ha ha ha, the Chinese monkeys are afraid. They don't dare to come over. Do you think you're worthy of being called Chinese powerhouses? Go home and take care of your children. The opposite side of the border was densely packed with people. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that they were all armed. There were thousands of them, but they were the private forces of the drug lords. At the front of the crowd, there was a ferocious beast that looked like a lion squatting on the ground, and a bald man was sitting on its back. The bald man seemed to be Myanmar. He was only in his 30s, and there was a deep cut on his face. His eyes were filled with bloodlust. It was the biggest drug lord in Myanmar, General Chakai. However, the general was looking at his people with a faint smile as they kept humiliating the Chinese people on the other side. Seeing that the Chinese powerhouses on the other side of the border were glaring at them angrily, but they refused to come over, he could not help but turn around and say to someone beside him, "Continue cursing. If you can anger a Chinese person, I'll reward you with 1 million USD. The man was overjoyed when he heard that. He immediately jumped out and pointed at the other side and cursed. "I'm crossing your border. What can you do to me? I'm jumping back again. I'm jumping back again. Come and kill me if you dare. Bastard, bastard." Faced with such provocation, a Chinese powerhouse hundreds of meters away could no longer hold it in and charged over. "Old Xia, come back. Don't fall into their trap." Old Master Gu, who was in charge of guarding the area, immediately stopped him. There seemed to be more than one such example. The other side had sent mercenaries to create a situation at the border to provoke the Chinese side so that they could kill them. Before that, 5 Chinese powerhouses had already died. Faced with old Master Gu's reprimand, old Xia did not hesitate and laughed tragically. "We martial artists do things based on our passion. If I die today, so be it, but the dignity of China cannot be humiliated. Die." In a breath, he had already flown hundreds of meters away and slapped General Chakai, who was on the ferocious beast. On the other hand, he let go of the lackey who had insulted him earlier. That was because he knew that the culprit of all this was the big drug lord in front of him. Only by killing him would he be able to inspire the people. Faced with such monstrous killing intent, General Chakai did not move at all. He looked at old Xia, who was getting closer and closer to him, as if he was watching a show. His eyes were filled with disdain. When old Xia's palm was less than 5 steps away from the former, someone behind General Chakai made a move. It was an old man wrapped in a black robe. The other party only stretched out his palm and slapped the top of old Xia's head. Old Xia's hair stood on end, but he realized that he could not move, as if he had been cursed. It was because of this person that General Chakai dared to be so unscrupulous, and a few Chinese powerhouses had died under the strange and unpredictable power of the curse. He could not help but frown. "I'm not willing to give up. Fight me fairly if you have the ability. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Just you." His words seemed to have an effect. The black-robed old man's hand paused in midair. Then he smiled sinisterly. If it were any other time, I wouldn't even bother to attack a piece of trash like you. However, on account of what you said earlier, I've suddenly changed my mind. I won't kill you. I'll chop off your limbs and hang you on the flagpole for the Chinese to see. I'm looking forward to their expressions, the black old man cackled, then reached out his withered hand and grabbed old Xia's arms. Old Xia's eyes were wide open, and he wanted to self-destruct. However, at that moment, an extremely indifferent voice was heard. Very good, very good. I won't kill you. I'll only skin you alive, make you into a human skin lantern, and hang it on the border of China. P.S. Chapter 4. There's one more chapter. I'm writing it now. Demon Nanny in the City's latest chapter. Demon Nanny in the City's full text reading address. /71748/Demon Nanny in the City's TXT download address. Demon Nanny in the City's mobile reading address. /71748/ for convenience of reading next time. You can click Favorite on the right to record this time. A martial artist's actions are based on passion. Read the record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Demon Nanny in the City, please recommend it to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1014. Very good, very good. I'll only skin you alive and pull out your tendons. I'll make you into a human skin lantern and hang it on the border of China. Although this sudden voice was neither loud nor soft, it resounded through the world without missing a single word. Under countless gazes, space distorted in the distance as a figure flashed over like a bolt of lightning. The black-robed old man's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. Not only did he not retreat, but he even grabbed at Elder Xia again. The China #1, Mad Southern Yi. He had already recognized the person's identity. Therefore, he did not escape immediately. Instead, he grabbed Elder Xia first, wanting to take Elder Xia hostage. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was horrified to discover that he could not move at all. It was as if the surrounding space was squeezing him tightly. At the next moment, the thin figure approached from afar and descended from the sky. It landed lightly beside him and revealed its true face. Mr. Yi, that's Mad Southern Yi. At that moment, countless cries rang out in the Chinese camp at almost the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Yi Chen glanced at old Master Gu and the rest and nodded lightly in response. Then he waved his hand. Elder Xia, who was frozen in the air, immediately regained his ability to move. Elder Xia immediately knelt on one knee, his eyes brimming with tears. Mr. Yi, you're finally here, Yi Chen smiled lightly. We'll talk about it later. You should go back and recuperate first. I'll handle everything. Elder Xia did not argue. He stood up straight and returned to the Chinese camp, looking at Yi Chen respectfully. Yi Chen lifted his head to look at the black-robed old man. You're not bad. Not only did you trespass the border of China, you even dared to kill so many people from China in public. The black-robed old man opened his mouth with all his might, as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but he realized that he could not make a sound. At that moment, his eyes were wide open, and the shock in his heart had reached its peak. Even his soul was trembling, too powerful. Before Yi Chen, he realized that he, one of the most powerful yin-yang masters in Japan, was as weak as an ant. He could not resist at all. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Yi Chen squinted and grabbed him with his hand. Then he peeled his skin off in front of everyone. The strongest yin-yang master in Japan had endured the cruelest torture in the world. Even after his skin was peeled off, he still didn't die. I said, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. I'll make a human skin lantern and hang it on the border. I'll definitely do it. Yi Chen melted his flesh by force and extracted his astral body, sealing it in the human skin lantern. He grabbed at the air again, and a 10-meter-long flagpole swept through the air and sank deep into the border. Above it, a piece of human skin was like an inflated balloon. It really was like a human skin lantern, and the painful facial features were gradually magnified. His soul was sealed in the lantern and would be suppressed here for all eternity. He would be despised by all the Chinese people. At the sight of this, everyone's eyes widened, and their gazes were filled with intense fear. It was too tragic. This method was more painful than killing them. The expression of the drug lord, General Chakai, who had been sitting quietly, changed completely. He patted the ferocious beast under him as if he was about to escape. To his despair, as Yi Qin appeared, the ferocious giant beast beneath him was crawling on the ground. Its body was shaking like a sieve. "Master, save me, save me. I've completed this task according to your instructions. You have to save me," he could not help but roar at the air. However, there was no movement in the air at all. He shuddered when he saw Yi Chen walking over step by step. He ordered immediately, "Shoot, shoot! Kill him, kill him!" The thousands of mercenaries that he had trained who killed without blinking were motionless at that moment, as if they had been immobilized. Plop! Chakai knelt heavily on the ground. "Spare me! Spare me!" At that moment he realized that he had been used as a tool. He was furious and terrified. Yi Qin pressed his palm on his head and performed the soul-searching tactic forcefully. He killed him with a palm a few seconds later. He smirked coldly, his gaze as cold as a knife. "Japanese, looks like I really didn't scare you guys the last time." Through the soul-searching tactic, he found out that the Japanese had also sent people to fight for the female corpse in the ice coffin. However, the other party had sent a yin-yang master to secretly bribe the Myanmar drug lord, promising to support his international position and let him harass the Chinese border and restrain the Chinese forces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the patriarch of hell, Yu Wushuang, and the rest rushed over. Old Master Gu took a few steps forward and bowed with a guilty expression. "Mr. Yi, what should we do with these people?" He was filled with guilt toward Yi Qin. The Gu family had risen through the ranks because of their investment in Yi Qin. However, they also had an unfilial son, Gu Shaoquan, which caused the relationship between the two parties to be completely severed. After that, he cleaned up the family, handed over all the wealth of the Gu family to the national treasury, and disbanded the Gu family. He was not afraid of going to the front lines with his old body. He just wanted to be loyal to the country before he died. However, after the incident with Chakai and the others, he realized that even though he had the heart to serve his country, he did not have the strength to do so. "Kill them all," Yi Chen said extremely calmly. "Chop off your head and hang it on the border, so that people will know what China's dignity is. So that people will know that those who offend China will definitely die." These people were all drug dealers, and their hands were stained with blood. Their deaths were not to be regretted. The reason why Yi Chen did not care earlier was that he did not notice their existence. Now that they were in trouble, naturally, he would kill them without mercy. Good. Old Man Gu nodded slightly and didn't object. He turned around to instruct his men to deal with this matter. Yi Chen looked at his old back and suddenly said, "Old Gu, you don't have to blame yourself too much. At the very least, you've never owed the country and the people anything." He had also heard about the Gu family. His original intention was for the Gu family to execute Gu Shaoquan. Who would have thought that the old man was too unyielding? Old Man Gu stopped in his tracks when he heard that. His body trembled slightly as he said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Yi. I'm fine." Yi Qin then looked at old Xia from before. "Old Master, can you bring me to the place where the female corpse in the ice coffin appeared? If you have a request, I dare not refuse." Elder Xia stepped forward, bowed and cupped his fists. Soon after, another Chinese powerhouse stepped forward. "I'm Hao Zhongyi. I'm willing to be Mr. Yez Pawn. Bang, bang, bang. I'm Sun Pingju. I'm willing to be Mr. Yez Pawn. I'm Wu Yu. I'm willing to be Mr. Yez Pawn." In an instant, dozens of figures walked out one after another. They spoke in unison, and their voices shook the void. "Very good." Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered like a waterfall, even though there was no wind. This time, I'll make the Western sect devoid of gods. P.S. Today's update is over. Sorry for the long wait. After fighting the Western sect, you can go to the ancient desolate realm to look for the female lead. Please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 10:15. Nam, Kansas. It was a township in the northwestern part of Myanmar's Shan state. It was equivalent to a county in China and was also the gateway to the northwestern part of Myanmar. The place was famous for its ancient pagodas and Buddhist temples, which combined the essence of Myanmar's ancient culture. Nam Khan had attracted a lot of tourists since its development. However, this prosperous scene was disrupted that day because a female corpse in an ice coffin had drifted in space for 10 months and finally landed in Nam, Kansas. The exact location was the southwestern part of Nam, Kansas. The place was surrounded by ancient trees and a lush mountain range, Turtle Mountain. To Nan Khan, this was undoubtedly a misfortune. As soon as the female corpse in the ice coffin landed, the people from the secret realms started to stir. After all, Myanmar was weak, and the overlords from the other countries didn't care if they wanted to or not. Fortunately, the Nanking government was rather quick-witted. Before the ice coffin woman's corpse had landed, they had organized a police force to evacuate everyone within 100 miles of Turtle Mountain. It was as if they were saying, "I've cleared the battlefield for you. You can do whatever you want. Myanmar doesn't want the female corpse anymore." However, the Turtle Mountain was a 100-mile radius. To the overlords from the other countries, any demisage or beast king could easily destroy it. However, a strange thing happened. The first thing that happened was when the female corpse in the ice coffin landed on South Turtle Mountain. The mountain started to emit a thick fog. The beasts living in the forest started to mutate under the fog. Their speed of evolution was even more terrifying than the revival of spiritual chi. In just a few hours, more than a dozen beast kings were born on Turtle Mountain, including a beast king. If the beast king was equivalent to a demisage, then the beast king was equivalent to a sage. Therefore, when some overlords charged into Turtle Mountain, they thought it would be a piece of cake. However, the beast king tore them apart mercilessly. The beast king was an old turtle with a huge body. The old turtle carried a mountain on its back and warned the invaders, "Don't blame me for killing anyone who dares to lay a finger on the Moon Palace Queen." All of their achievements were thanks to the female corpse in the ice coffin. Since the female corpse came from the moon, they were referred to as the Moon Palace Queen by the old turtle. Facing this warning, the overlords from the other countries were enraged. They pressured the Myanmar government to send bombers, tanks, and other armed forces to attack Turtle Mountain. However, to their astonishment, when the bombers flew above Turtle Mountain, all their electronic equipment malfunctioned and they crashed. As for the nuclear bombs and other large-scale weapons, they didn't explode at all. It was as if they were duds. While the situation was in a stalemate, a god walked out of Mount Olympus. It was Hermes, one of the 12 main gods. Hermes, the messenger of God, charged into the Tortoise Mountain with his magic wand in his hand. He had an earth-shattering battle with the old tortoise. The old tortoise was injured and had no choice but to hide with the female corpse in the ice coffin. The capture of Turtle Mountain resulted in the appearance of all the peerless, holy medicines in the mountain. As a result, an earth-shattering battle officially began. Powerful cultivators from different countries fought over the peerless holy medicines. Many Chinese cultivators were the first to be affected. Dongying, America, India, and other countries took the lead to suppress the Chinese cultivators. As a result, 8 Chinese overlords died on the spot, 6 were captured alive, and 4 went missing. Among them, Li Ying, the deputy palace master of the Dragon King Palace, escaped with a few people. At the northwest corner of Turtle Mountain, the terrain was relatively flat. There was a waterfall that wasn't considered wide, and water was flowing down crazily. The river under the waterfall was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Suddenly, bubbles rose from the bottom of the river. "Wallah!" A few seconds later, a figure appeared from the bottom of the river. It was a woman, but she was drenched. Sisterly, the woman was only in her early 20s. She was splashing water with a pale face as if she was looking for someone. Sisterly, don't die. If you die, what will happen to Wanar? Gullilu? As more bubbles appeared from the bottom of the river, a terrifying stream of blood floated up, followed by a beautiful figure. If Yi Chan was there, he would definitely realize that it was Li Ying. However, there was a bloody hole the size of a thumb on her right arm at that moment. Blood was flowing nonstop. Sisterly, the woman was surprised when she saw that. She stretched her hand and pulled Li Ying, who was floating on the river, up with great difficulty. Li Ying grunted and endured the pain. She said with difficulty, "Lin Wan, keep your voice down." "I'm fine." After saying that, she looked around cautiously and said weakly, "Where are we?" "Sisterly, it looks like the northwest corner of Turtle Mountain." Lin Wan held her and was about to walk to the shore. It's less than 10 kilometers away from the border of China. "Hold on, I'll bring you back now." Li Ying touched her body by instinct and realized that her communication device was long gone. She could not help but force a smile. 8 people from China died this time and 6 were captured. "We can't contact the country. Sisterly, do you think we'll die here?" Lin Wan's voice was trembling. She was a level 7 mutant. She had joined the Dragon King Palace because of her extraordinary talent. This was her first time on a mission, and she did not expect to encounter such an experience. "No, trust me." Li Ying took a deep breath in and forced a smile on her face. Then she said, "I'll definitely bring you back alive." Lin Wan nodded slightly. She bit her lip and fell silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, she raised her head and said, "Do you think the Palace Master will come to save us?" "Palace Master?" Li Ying's originally dim eyes immediately shook, and a trace of admiration bloomed in her eyes. "He will. The Palace Master knows everything. He will definitely come to save us." Lin Wan's frown finally relaxed a little. As she helped Li Ying to the shore, she said, "What kind of man do you think the Palace Master is?" "Wan has never seen him before. She was born into a wealthy family, and she was destined to live a carefree life. However, she still chose to join the Dragon King Palace, which had an extremely high death rate. All of this was because of a man. That man was a legend in China. It could be said that Lin Wan had grown up listening to the man's battle achievements when she first fell in love. She did not know if she had fallen in love with that man. After all, they had never met. However, one thing was for sure, she admired that man a lot. That was why she had been cultivating so hard. Her goal was to get close to that man. Lin Wan suddenly said, "Sisterly, if I die, do you think the Palace Master will know that Wan exists in this world?" Li Ying coughed. "Don't talk nonsense. You won't die." "Sisterly, then do you like the Palace Master?" the little girl suddenly asked. Chapter 10:16. Li Ying was stunned at first, then a hint of redness appeared on her pale face. "Stupid girl, don't talk nonsense. You must like the Palace Master. They said that you're almost 30 years old, but you're still so cold to other men." Lin Wan didn't notice this at all. She lowered her head and said, "That's true. For such an outstanding man like the Palace Master, no woman would be able to resist his charm." Hearing this, Li Ying was a little dazed. For that man, her feelings were very complicated. She liked him, and she admired him, but she didn't know whether she liked him more or admired him more. The only thing she knew was that the man already had a family, and he even had a child. Therefore, she suppressed this feeling in her heart and tried her best to keep a distance between herself and that man. She was already 28 years old, and she was no longer an innocent little girl like Lin Wan who easily fell in love. Therefore, she knew that love didn't need to be said out loud. She only needed to silently protect this precious thing in her heart. Of course, perhaps even she didn't know that there was only one woman in that man's heart. Even if he walked through a field of flowers, not a single leaf would touch him. Swoosh! The two of them quickly went ashore. After looking around, they were about to hide in the dense forest and find an exit to leave. However, at this moment, a giant eagle suddenly flew over the two of them. The giant eagle looked down in a gliding posture. After noticing the two of them, it suddenly cried out. "Oh no!" Li Ying's pretty face instantly changed, and she cried out, "We've been exposed. Quick, let's go." She recognized that eagle. It was a ghost falcon that the Japanese yin-yang masters specially raised. It loved to eat souls. Although it wasn't aggressive, it could see thousands of feet away and was extremely good at tracking. As her voice fell, Lin Wan also panicked. She held onto the former tightly and was about to rush into the dense forest at the side. However, a few auras suddenly jumped out from the forest, followed by a mocking laugh. "Go? Go where?" The people who came were ninjas covered in black samurai clothes, revealing only a pair of eyes. "For Jonins!" Seeing this scene, Li Ying's expression changed drastically. She turned her head and was about to turn around. However, as soon as she turned around, several people rushed over from all directions. There were a total of 10 Jonins. Every single one of them was comparable to an Emperor Realm Cultivator. Li Ying and Lin Wan's heart sank, especially Lin Wan. She was so scared that her body was trembling, but she still didn't make a sound. The ghost falcon from before descended at a low altitude and finally landed on a man with a handlebar mustache. The man took a step forward and looked at the two women with a faint smile. "Miss Li, you really made it hard for us to find you." The other party took out an urn, and the ghost falcon pecked at the urn, swallowing a soul into its stomach. Li Ying's eyes widened in anger. Xiaodong's soul. "Qingmu, how dare you feed Xiaodong's soul to a beast?" She recognized the soul. It was the soul of Wei Xiaodong, a member of the Dragon King Palace. Like Lin Wan, he was also a newcomer who had just joined the Dragon King Palace. Who would have thought that, even after death, he would still end up like this? "There's no need to be angry, Miss Li." Qingmu licked his lips and said with a sinister smile, "If you can't bear to part with him, we can send you to reunite with him after we're done playing with you." At this point, his gaze landed on Lin Wan. "I can smell the scent of a virgin. Your soul must be very delicious." Lin Wan gripped Li Ying tightly in fear. "Dream on." Li Ying smirked coldly. "Even if we die, we won't let you guys off easy. After this, when China pursues the matter, the Japanese won't be able to escape the blame." She turned around and looked at Lin Wan pitifully. She caressed her cheek and said with a sobbing tone, "Waner, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I won't be able to bring you back to China safely." "Sister, it's okay." Lin Wan smiled weakly. "My biggest dream is to see the palace master coming to save us on the 7-colored cloud. I'm afraid it won't come true. But I'm not afraid of death." Determination flashed across the girl's eyes. She then reached out and slapped the top of her head. Just as her hand was about to land on the top of her head, she suddenly felt that she couldn't move her hand, as if an extremely gentle force had locked onto her. Rumble, a clap of thunder suddenly rang out in the clear sky. The girl looked up instinctively. A large patch of dark clouds rolled in from the horizon. There seemed to be lightning in the clouds, as if a storm was brewing. This sudden change also shocked Li Ying, Qingmu, and the rest, causing everyone to raise their heads in shock. Not only them, but all the powerful cultivators within the range of Turtle Mountain also felt the intense pressure from the sky. "Is it the palace master?" An unconcealable ecstasy immediately appeared on Li Ying's originally despairing face. "Palace master?" Lin Wan pursed her lips and stared at the approaching thunderclouds with her eyes wide open. She felt that it was difficult for her to breathe. She could not believe it. The commotion was simply too shocking. Qingmu was stunned when he heard that. Then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Go quickly. Mad Southern Yi is here." However, he soon realized that he couldn't move his body at all under the pressure. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Plop! In the end, the 11 people, including Qingmu, all knelt on the ground. Their hearts were filled with extreme shock. One must know that there were 10 superior-level ninjas who were comparable to Emperor Stage cultivators and Onmyoji with the combat strength of a quasi-saint. This combat strength was enough to sweep through the entire Nankan. However, just the pressure alone. They could not take it. Under Lin Wan and Li Ying's dumbfounded gazes, the thundercloud slowly descended and revealed a skinny silhouette. The figure's long hair fluttered in the wind as he descended from the sky step by step, landing beside Lin Wan. Then a calm voice slowly came out of his mouth. "Little girl, I came in a hurry, so I can't step on the 7-colored cloud. However, are you satisfied with this thundercloud? Are you the palace master?" Lin Wan said in a daze. At that moment, she still felt like she was dreaming. Before Yi Chun could speak, Li Ying knelt on one knee. The deputy palace master of the Dragon King Palace, Li Ying, welcomes you, palace master. I'm late. Yi Chun lifted his hand and helped her up. He noticed the injury on her arm and grabbed through the air. The spiritual energy from all directions gathered in his hand. Whoosh! A curtain of spiritual energy, rain appeared out of thin air and landed on Li Ying's injured arm. Her wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Ying knelt down again and could not help but cry, "Palace Master, you must save old Yen and the rest." Chapter 1017. I already know about this. There's no need to say anything more. Yi Chun squinted and lifted his head to look at Qing Mu and the rest who were crawling on the ground. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Japanese! Under such killing intent, Qing Mu's lips trembled as he said, "Mad Southerny, I'm Qing Mu under the Japanese divine, with divine priest. How dare you kill me?" Bang! Before he could finish, Yi Chun slapped him into the ground. "You're too noisy." When the remaining 10 Jonins saw this scene, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They were so shocked that they wanted to die. A yin-yang master who was comparable to a quasi-saint was killed by him so easily. It was obvious that the outside world had underestimated Yi Chun's combat ability. "All of you deserve to die too." Yi Chun glanced at the 10 of them coldly. A dark gleam flashed, and a soul flag appeared in his hand. "Today, I'll seal a soul for every person I kill. I'll make sure that none of you can reincarnate." He stretched out his hand and forcefully extracted the souls of the 10 people and sealed them in the soul flag. Palace Master is so powerful. Lin Wan was so shocked that she could not say a word after witnessing everything with her own eyes. One had to know that she was only a level 7 mutant, and her battle prowess was at most at the Emperor stage. Following the death of Qing Mu and the rest, the ghost falcon cried out and plunged into the ground, trembling. Ghost falcon? Yi Chun only noticed its existence then. Li Ying cried, "Palace Master, the souls of some members of the Dragon King Palace were devoured by it." Yi Chun grabbed the ghost falcon with one hand when he heard that. He broke through its sea of soul directly, and several souls shot out. They were the souls of Wei Xiaodong and the rest. "You guys died for the country. You shouldn't end up like this." Yi Chun took them all and sighed softly. "After this, I'll personally cast a spell to bring you guys back to reincarnation. I'll bury your bodies in the Loyalty Temple in the Dragon King Palace. In this world, people were born and people died." He did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, nor was he omniscient. It was impossible for him to take care of everyone. As for now, it's time to repay the debt of blood. Yi Chun squinted as extreme killing intent flickered in his eyes. "I'll sacrifice you guys with more than 100 times the number of people." "Palace Master, you must be careful. Although the god on Mount Olympus has gone back, he can come back at any time," Li Ying said worriedly. Inside Turtle Mountain, at this moment, a dense crowd had gathered. As far as the eye could see, every figure had an extraordinary aura, and there was no lack of beast kings and quasi-saints among them. Almost as soon as Yi Chun arrived at Turtle Mountain on the thundercloud, the earth-shattering scene attracted everyone's attention. Where did this phenomenon come from? Is Turtle Mountain going to change again? Why do I feel like there was someone on that thundercloud just now? Impossible. Only the deities of the Holy Mountain or the angels of the Vatican can cause such a phenomenon. Wang Chang's eyes widened. As the crowd discussed, they did not stop and continued to go deeper into Turtle Mountain to search for the supreme, holy medicine. At the top of Turtle Mountain, there were more than 10 figures with powerful auras. Among them was an old man in a divine robe, a woman with fiery red hair, and a beast king with a tiger's body. After a long while, a man in a golden robe said, "Sir Divinewood, did you see the phenomenon just now?" The Sir Divinewood he was talking about was an old man covered in a burgundy divine robe not far away. The old man held a cane in his hand, and his face was dignified without being angry. He looked like a high and mighty god. The old man lifted his head to look at the sky, and a bright light flashed in the depths of his turbid eyes. "It's too fast. I can't see it clearly. I think it's a phenomenon caused by the magnetic field here." In reality, such phenomena had been common in various countries ever since the spiritual energy recovery. As time passed, they had gotten used to it. "I hope so." The man in the golden robe frowned slightly. For some reason, he had an uneasy feeling. In my opinion, it might not be an ordinary phenomenon. At that moment, a white-haired old man in red chuckled. This thundercloud came from the east. It's very likely that a saint from China has arrived. At this point, he glanced at the great Divinewood, the man in the golden robe, and the beast king with a tiger's head and a human's body. The three of them represented Japan, India, and Mount Olympus. They were also the three of them who had openly suppressed the people of China. That was why he had threatened the three of them. The rest also had a faint smile on their faces. "Off. Do you think there are saints in the East?" The man in the golden robe chuckled as if he was disdainful. "If there are, Mad Southerny is the most likely." At this point, he shook his head and said, "However, the spy I arranged in China has just sent news that Mad Southerny seems to have been injured in a secret realm in China. He's currently recuperating in seclusion." Mad Southerny is injured? It was everyone's turn to be surprised. After all, Yi Chen's combat power in China was obvious to all. How could someone injure him? Even so, Mad Southerny will recover one day. In my opinion, it's best if you release all the Chinese people you captured. A bodhisattva from the Thai royal family put his palms together and swept his compassionate gaze across the 6 Chinese martial artists hanging on the tree in the distance. "Release them." The beast king with a tiger's head and a human's body cackled. "You guys are afraid of Mad Southerny, but Mount Olympus is not. As long as he dares to come, the god of Mount Olympus will definitely descend." As soon as that was said, the others were shocked. It could be said that on Earth today, other than Mount Olympus, the most terrifying force was the Vatican. They did have the right to be proud. However, at that moment, an extreme killing intent suddenly swept over from the northwest. This killing intent almost caused the expressions of the dozen or so people present to change. What a powerful killing intent! The great divine would suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that a saint has descended? The others also had solemn expressions. Before they could think too much about it, several black figures flew over from the eastern horizon. Black energy surged above the black figures, like black dragons circling around them. The expression of the Vatican's Cardinal Off changed drastically. What an evil aura! The Vatican had always preached in the human world as God's messengers. They believed in light, so they were naturally the most sensitive to evil aura. Only after the black silhouettes entered did everyone realize that they were 4 men in black armor. They were escorting an eastern chariot that was being pulled by 9 war horses in front of the chariot. Boom! Immediately after, a huge bat suddenly rose into the sky from the east. It flapped its wings and attacked the black figures first. Many people could not help but be shocked when they saw that. It's a prince from the bloodling demon banquet alliance of England. Chapter 1018. The Blood Clan was a vampire family. It was said that Cain, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, was one of the two sons of Adam and his wife Eve. Cain was jealous of his younger brother Abel and killed him. God punished him by turning him into a vampire. There were 13 clans in the Blood Clan. It was said that they were founded by Cain's 13 descendants. These 13 clans were divided into 3 alliances because of their different ideologies. They were the Secret Alliance, the Demonic Feast Alliance, and the Neutral Alliance. The Secret Alliance followed the ancient teachings and felt that the Blood Clan should not appear in the human world and even affect people's lives. On the other hand, the Demonic Feast Alliance saw humans as food. They appeared in the human world and used the embrace to reproduce and disrupt the order of the human world. The Blood Clan strength was divided according to the Duke, Marquis, Earl, and Junior. Above the Duke was the Prince, whose combat strength was comparable to a demi-saint. The Blood Tribe Grand Prince's attack immediately attracted the attention of many people. However, what shocked them was that the carriage in the sky did not stop in the face of the Blood Clan's prince's attack. Rumble! In the next moment, a black jade coffin suddenly shot out from within the carriage. As the lid of the coffin was lifted, a man in a black dragon robe shot out from the coffin. Roar! The man in the black dragon robe roared into the sky, revealing 2 blood-colored fangs. Monstrous corpse energy mixed with boundless emperor's might shook the world. The vampire prince's expression changed drastically. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he actually turned around to flee. However, a pair of sky-covering bone wings suddenly appeared behind the black-robed man's loose dragon robe. As the bone wings flapped, the Blood Clan's prince was caught up in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Blood Clan's prince also roared in anger. 2 fangs appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if to threaten. However, to his horror, the Asian man in front of him had longer fangs that pierced directly into his neck. Gulp! Gulp! Under everyone's gaze, the Blood Clan's prince's body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, he turned into a bat and fell to the ground. Is this the Blood Clan? Ing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His red eyes flickered nonstop. I tasted whiskey. Women, money, power, it's intoxicating. Dead silence. The world was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. The Eastern zombie that had suddenly descended had bitten a Western blood tribe prince. Instead, too strong. That was insane. Ing slowly looked at the great divine with divine priest and the others on the ground. His gaze paused for a few seconds on the 6 people of Hua Nation who were hung on the tree. Then his eyes became extremely red again. You insulted the people of Huaxia? How dare you insult my descendants? In the next moment, the bone wings on his body swept across the sky, and he directly flew towards the great divine priest divine Wood and the others. Demon! The cardinal of the Vatican City held the cross of holy light in his hand and said in a trembling voice, Accept the judgment of the Lord. Master? Ing smiled indifferently. If your master is still alive, I don't mind absorbing him and making him carry my coffin. Op was shocked to discover that the cross of holy light that the omnipotent Lord had bestowed upon him was able to expel all evil. But it was completely useless against this Eastern zombie. Roar! Ing let out another long roar. He bared his fangs and grabbed it up with his right hand that was like a dragon's claw. At that moment, a faint voice rang out, Get lost. I don't need you to attack my enemy. As the voice faded, Ying's arm froze. Ying's arm suddenly stiffened. He then looked to the northwest and saw several figures walking through the air towards him. The leader was none other than Yi Qin. Mad Southern Yi. It's Mad Southern Yi from China. As Yi Qin got closer and closer, an uproar broke out between heaven and earth. The great divine with divine priest of Japan, the man in the golden robe from India, and the beast king with a tiger head and a human body changed their expressions. Mad Southern Yi was here. Didn't he say that he was recuperating in closed-door cultivation? Then, everyone saw another shocking scene. The Eastern zombie before them was not angry after hearing Yi Chen's arrogant words. Instead, he smiled. I was right. You and I are the same kind of person. Since ancient times, emperors were emotionless. When an emperor was angry, he could slaughter all living beings and leave millions of corpses. On the other hand, he could benefit all living beings. Yi Chen looked at Ing. I'm surprised that you're here. It seems like I was right to sit back and watch you break the seal. His first impression of Ing, the first emperor's evil body, was that he was crazy and even arrogant. However, as he interacted more, his impression of him changed quite a bit. At the very least, he knew that the Chinese were here to save this place. Since you don't like me interfering, I'll leave them to you, Ing said slowly with a calm expression. Then he spread his wings and returned to the carriage in the sky. He said indifferently, "Let's go." Qin Jian and the other three stood up and protected the carriage as they charged into the west without hesitation. An indifferent voice faintly came from heaven and earth. I once unified the 6 countries. Today, I'd like to see how powerful the so-called United States, England, and Japan are. What is he doing? Could it be that he wants to conquer the West with just the 4 of them? Lunatic! This Eastern zombie must be a lunatic. He'll definitely be killed by God. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Yi Chen was shocked. However, he then retracted his gaze and looked at the 6 Chinese hanging on the tree. He formed hand seals with both hands, and a golden pagoda shot out from between his brows. The golden pagoda soared into the sky and directly stored the 6 of them inside. The tiger-headed beast king from Mount Olympus was furious. Mad Southern Yi, how dare you? However, Yi Chen ignored him at all. He took a step forward, and a red bolt of lightning shot at the other party as thunder rumbled. Rumble! As an earth-shattering boom rang out, the Beast King immediately screamed and spat out blood. Its body collapsed. A soul flew out as if it wanted to escape. However, Yi Chen put it away into the soul flag in an instant. This scene happened extremely quickly, and when everyone reacted, there was only a thick layer of shock on their faces. That was a Beast King. However, it was killed just like that. The world fell silent at this moment. The great divine wood priest and the man in golden robes from India, who were about to attack, were horrified. Yi Chen did not give them a chance to escape at all. He walked toward the 2 of them, directly. He was not fast, but every step he took was shocking. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were as cold as 2 heavenly swords. He seemed to have transformed into a peerless demon. "Oh, save us, save us!" The great divine wood priest and the man in golden robes were scared out of their wits. They repeatedly asked the Vatican's cardinal for help. Yi Chen's combat ability had exceeded everyone's imagination. His combat ability was comparable to the 12 gods on Mount Olympus. The cardinal, was also shocked. After hesitating for a moment, he was about to stand up and plead for them. They killed my people and humiliated my people. They must die. Those who save them will be punished as well. Yi Chen stared at him with killing intent on his face. His gaze was soul-piercing. Do you want to die? P.S. Chapter 4 has been updated today. Please give me monthly votes.